So you say. Alright, what's going on, guys? We've got our tournament going on today. We've got our Saturday showdowns to get through. Very excited for the tournament. And just ready to run with it. Let me get rid of all these so that we can actually get in and not be bombarded by how many replays that I've got downloaded. Oh my god, I got ones from like months ago even. I'm gonna be honest, I was planning on doing some stuff in the middle of the week, but I just, I think that right now, until we get the DLC, I'm taking a step back from Warhammer for the time being. I've got some other projects that I'm interested in and kind of getting started on, getting my first few books in on the topic, and I might end up doing a long-form video essay on this subject because it is very relevant to the political situation in my country. So anyways, that's what I'm going to be up to. I'm probably just going to be streaming on the weekends for Warhammer for the time being. Once the DLC comes out, I'll probably be a little bit more interested in the game. There's just so much more other crazy stuff going on that, I don't know, something about consistently getting in here and playing games just isn't in my wheelhouse right now. So, that's where I'll be. Oh, rip. I want to actually be in that slot. Hold on. Give me a sec, guys. What's the name of it? Okay. Let's get away from here. We've got Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves for the first game, which is going to be a roaring experience, I'm sure. It's a little bit difficult for the High Elves in this matchup. Warriors of Chaos have a very versatile roster with a ton of armor, and High Elves really do struggle against heavily armored factions. They do have options, but especially when your options are stuff like War Lions of Trace and the Lion Chariots, and your opponent can bring something like Hellstriders, who not only can catch those units, stop them up, but also kill them at a very minimal cost investment. That can be a little bit scary for the High Elves. We'll see how Crimson's going to work around this, and I believe this is a new person, like, probably one of their first tournament games, so pretty nerve-wracking, I'm sure, for them to be facing off against Random Cuban, who's been a staple and a mainstay around here for a long time. Just loves playing very off-meta and wacky Warriors of Chaos builds, which is always really fun to see. Warriors of Chaos don't need to be played as optimally as some other factions do to still be strong. Just because they have so many units to pick from, you can very often, as the Warriors of Chaos, build armies and skew very heavily to specific playstyles that require very, very concentrated, answers for what you've brought, and that can be very difficult to build around. You know, you've got to prepare for the more, like, wide, skirmishy style of Warriors of Chaos. Then you've also got to worry about the, like, maxed out Chosen, with, you know, like, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle healing, and different builds like that, which can be incredibly difficult to break off of objectives at times. And Domination Mode, if anything, that we've learned over the course of doing all these new player tournaments, is that if you just play the points and doggedly hold on to them, you can beat people very consistently. to drugs in Warhammer. I don't know, man. I mean, if we're gonna talk about drugs in Warhammer, I mean, that's part of the whole setting, even. Something that I've been really curious about, and honestly really want to headcanon, is what do all of the Warhammer factions prefer drugs-wise? You know? Because I feel like they would all have to have some wildly different, like, skag to pick from. You know? Grand Cathay would have their own, like, setup of preference. Ogre Kingdoms obviously just get high off of eating everything. Greenskins do all their little, like, mushrooms and whatnot. And then you've got, I wonder what would be the drug of choice in Kislev. You know, that's definitely something to headcanon. Then you've got factions that in-game already are just high as a kite all the time. Like, Slanesh's whole thing is excess. They just do, you know, mountains of cocaine, like Tony Montana at the end of Scarface. And then there's the Skaven, who are just constantly slapping Warpstone into their chompers. Give me a sec, guys. There's some people asking how to drop replays, so I just need to go and find the video so I can inform them. Because it is a little bit weird, definitely a little bit awkward. There's not like an easy way to do it. You have to go into your Windows files and open up like all the hidden folders and then get to the right area. Once you do it the first time, though, it's very straightforward. It's just annoying that it's not like a in-game system. But you can't have everything, I guess. Chaos feel I have to be on a minimum of 3 drug. Absolutely, dude. Easy 3 drug minimum as a Chaos player. This is actually looking like a little bit more of a standard Warriors of Chaos build than I've seen from Random in quite a while. You've got some throwing axes out here on the flanks, 2 on one side, and often they're lonesome as one Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes. Soul of Damnation's here on the field, always a really fun artillery piece. Looking a little skeptical. A little bit risque, if you will. It's got some serious business going on with it. You got some Marauders backing that up, and 2 aspiring champions with Azazel in the sky. Azazel always a fairly useful Lord option. Very strong duelist. Can definitely snipe out wizards and the like with ease. He just does a ton of damage, and his stats are so strong. Plus Pavane, and you've got stuff like Hysterical Frenzy to buff him up even further. Actually, kind of looks like what the plan is here is to go in, maybe Pavane 1 or 2 of these characters even, and give Hysterical Frenzy to Azazel and pop Demon Blade at the same time and just juice him up to the gills, because it'll take him over, it'll take him up to 750 weapon strength if he has both of these active at the same time, plus all of the melee attack and the Discourage effect he gets.
Sons and daughters of Alkwan, be ready! Gird your souls! Let them come!
Hell yeah. Tyrion with a really nice little pre-game speech here for all the troops, which is mostly going to be White Lions of Trace with a couple of archers. With the light armor, I don't really ever see the point in paying for the light armor. It's an extra, what, 25 armor, I think? Very minimal benefit, in my opinion. But it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. there's not like a whole lot you can do with the 50 gold that you're saving anyways, so... You get a bolt thrower moving out to poke away at the Marauder Horsemen that are up on the number 3 objective. They're just sitting in the trees right now. Probably want to move a little bit out into the open field. Firing from the tree cover does mean that 2 of these bolt throwers might be hitting trees. This one's probably hitting it every single time. Literally right in front of it. Fireborn are hiding in the trees here, doing what they do best, which is waiting in the wings, and going to be coming out to answer any big stuff. Can also shock down infantry pretty well in a pinch. White Lions get hammered by the Soul of Damnation. They do have missile resistance, 30%, which does help them against the explosive damage. But the missiles itself is strong enough to actually still kill models, so you can see these guys dropping a few. Could be a lot worse, but definitely not pretty. Having to throw out this Great Axe infantry who have no shield, even with the missile resistance, to get hammered by not just the Soul of Damnation, but also the throwing axes here is definitely going to be pretty painful. Archers are opening up from the tree line, though. Really nice having these guys in position to at least keep the throwing axes a little bit honest. You can see how wide the shots are going. Firing from tree cover does scatter your shots. It's a little bit better, though, than firing into tree cover. Units that are in the forests are a little bit more efficient with their ammo. If you're firing into the trees, a lot of your shots are actually just hitting the trees themselves. You can see the White Lions getting hammered really badly and trying to pull back to the safety of the forest now. A couple more guys get dropped here by the explosive damage from the Soul of Damnation. It's got 372 value here. The Marauder Horsemen are really starting to eat the damage now from the Archers. They're well within half the distance of these guys, and the Archers are throwing down some serious firepower into the lightly armored Horsemen. And they haven't dropped a tremendous number of models, but being this low on HP, they're gonna start to take more casualties. Aspiring Champions looking to scrap with the White Lions of Trace. Not a terrible fight for Aspiring Champions, given their stats. They're going to lose a little bit of armor here from the Plague of Rust, but not really the best place to concentrate the Plague of Rust there, I would say. It's just not all that effective into such a heavily armored unit when it's not overcast like it is now. If you get them down to 60 armor, you have a higher impact spell. For not that much more of a investment on your Winds of Magic. And then just the fact that White Lions of Trace are very well statted, but they are not able to get past the 45 melee defense of the Aspiring Champions easily. And you can actually see the Aspiring Champions, even with Tyrion fighting on top of them, are still beating up on this White Lion. Over here, some Marauder Great Weapons and another Aspiring Champion are taking down the White Lions here. Final Transmutation did go down on those guys, but not really the most effective spell to be used there either. Final Transmutation should be used exclusively on Azazel. And you can see Azazel has gotten in here and found the poor little mage. But he is in real danger if he gets trapped up in here. You do get the Marauder Horsemen running in and scrapping with what it looks like the Hellstriders are in here. And they're just like running and roaring in and out of here. Good value on those guys. Shutting down the archers, it seems. Illyrian Reaver Cavalry does not appear to have come out to try and protect against that dive. And you can see the mage has taken a little bit of damage. Very fortunate, though, that Tyrion's come in now and pushes Azazel back up into the air. But Azazel did get some good value, and he didn't take a lot of damage in the process. Actually eats more damage from the Everqueen's Court Guard here than he did from Tyrion or the mage attacking him. Oh, but brutal shots from the Soul of Damnation coming in now. Doesn't kill any models on the Everqueen's Courtyard yet, but does get some really nice collateral damage with both these units overlapped. Gotta be very careful of stuff like that. But look at the Fireborn, held for the longest time here. And getting right up into the Soul of Damnation with not enough protection here. The Hellstriders are going to be nice, but even against the Hellstriders, the Fireborn should win this fight. Although we do get a beautiful Hysterical Frenzy, buffing up the melee attack on the Hellstriders to 76 with Blissful Rapture stacked for a few seconds. But you can see the Soul of Damnation goes down anyways. The Fireborn doing a great job of holding out here. Now that the second phase, or the second buff has worn off, down to 61 melee attack, and the Fireborn's still at 53 melee defense, doing a pretty good job of holding up a lot of units. And trading fairly well here. They're going to take down the Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes and even kill this Hellstrider. They should definitely stay in this fight. Trying to retreat from Hellstriders is an exercise in futility. If they stay in there, maybe they can finish that fight off, and they can maybe even kill Azazel. It's a very unlikely possibility, but you never know what's going to happen. Anytime game mechanics are set up to be a little bit randomized with like the melee attack and melee defense values, you never know what can happen if you just keep a unit in a fight. Pavane going down, doing damage and rampaging, but these guys are also terrified, and the Hellstriders are just going to finish them off, chasing them off the field. Big loss for the High Elves here. Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower has been very low impact. These things are so disappointing oftentimes. Only 100 value on a 700 gold Artie piece is a very ugly situation to find yourselves in. Rahagir's Pride against Forsaken shouldn't be too terrible for the War Lions, especially if the Silverhelms get in and help out. The low armor is a bit of a worry for these War Lions, and the Forsaken may not be perfectly suited as a counter, but they do have great weapon strength, so if they sit in and grind against these guys, they can get some decent value. It looks like the Silverhelms are going to be the target for the Forsaken, and they do kind of just get flattened here. Too much cavalry and Angry Kitty Cat power for these Forsaken to withstand, I think. They're going to be going down fairly quickly here. But Aspiring Champions, more Forsaken, and the Swords of Chaos coming out. A unit you almost never see. But one that I actually really enjoy. They do a lot of work against heavy cavalry, I've found. And since they're one of the few units in this like price point with armor piercing and good stats that doesn't take a mark, I actually think they have a little bit more of a argument to be used on a regular basis, actually. So you can see them putting the Silverhelms down really quickly, man. 426 value after just a few moments of fighting is a really good spot to be in. For the Warriors of Chaos with a very powerful unit like that. And you broke Rahagir's Pride and the Silverhelms. The two most expensive units outside of the Everqueen's Court Guard are going down here. Luckily, the Soul of Damnation being offline means the Everqueen's Court Guard are going to have a really good time for shooting into the Forsaken. Also hammering down the Swords of Chaos, who are heavily armored and have a shield, but a lot of AP on the Sisters of Avalorn ROR there. Add into the fact that it's just a bronze shield, and you can definitely put some serious damage down on these guys if you hit them right. Forsaken getting folded up by a lot of magic here. Another Final Transmutation being cast on a lot of infantry. It is reasonably effective against the Aspiring Champions, but you really need Searing Doom. It's almost always better to have Searing Doom and Plague of Rust than, like, Plague of Rust and Final Transmutation. If there's one spell you will cut from the set of 3 that I think you should just pretty much run at all times for the flexibility, it would be cut Plague of Rust and just have Searing Doom and Final Trans. Final Transmutation is great against cavalry, and that would be really good for punishing the Hellstriders and the Swords of Chaos who are in here. Just ripping apart these elite units, man. Really cool build from Random Cuban. It's pretty meta in the opener, but you do have Azazel in here instead of somebody like Archeon and whatnot, and some really good play out of the Swords of Chaos there at the end. Was definitely solidifying the hold for the Warriors. Crimson put up a pretty good fight, but there's definitely a few things you can do here just to make your life a little bit easier. The Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower is fine, but it's best for counterfiring enemy artillery or like large, monstrous infantry units. Neither of which are really the Warriors of Chaos bread and butter. They do often bring the Soul of Damnation, but getting into range of that thing with the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower is kind of dangerous and difficult. Cutting this unit is probably the smart play. Everqueen's Court Guard are strong, but a standard Sister of Avalorn is just a little bit more cost-effective in general. And the Keepers of the Flame, really strong unit, but better with heals. If you want to bring a heavy-hitting infantry unit, you're probably better off with Swordmasters of Hoeth against the Warriors of Chaos, because Aspiring Champions are a mainstay, and especially against factions that have lots of archers, you're going to see a ton of Aspiring Champions. Swordmasters of Hoeth actually beat up on Aspiring Champions pretty damn hard. Swapping in one of those guys and just saving yourself a little bit of gold on those RORs could get you another Silver Helm or some Illyrian Reaver Archers, which are absolutely crucial to the High Elves' success. Illyrian Reaver Archers are the go-to unit if you want to value trade. Did have another Dragon Prince in reserve. They would have been pretty nice to have out, just to hammer down the Hellstriders, but very expensive on the back end there. Who's adminning today? Is it Hattie or is it our boy Random? It is Hattie, so just directing somebody who wants to drop over to Hattie. Yeah, Searing Doom is 100% cracked. It's definitely top tier. It's so gross how much damage it does. In comparison to a lot of other spells, the combo of cost efficiency and damage output just cannot be beat. It's so wild. Yeah, Khorne's Drug is 100% just pure unadulterated blood and skull dust, I guess. Exactly. I would definitely have a Mortar and Pestle that's just, like, comically oversized, grinding up my opponent's skull into that. Mainlining it straight into my Chaos veins. Alright, guys. 1 minute. We're getting some replays in now. We've got a Khorne versus Lizardman game, and we'll kick it off from there. Khorne versus Lizardman is always pretty entertaining. I've gotta say, it is pretty heavily Khorne favored in general, though. So we are probably going to see a bit of an uphill struggle for the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are really... Lizardmen and Khorne are both really fair factions, but the reason it's so favored for Khorne is because Khorne skews very heavily towards something that the Lizardmen struggle against, which is really high damage output. Lizardmen are very good at taking blows and staying on their feet to kind of counter-push in the late game and just continue to out-trade you. And Khorne can punch you in the face and just completely blitz over you. It's hard to pull off. It takes a lot of micro skill to get Khorne into a position to just totally dominate a battlefield, but against the Lizardmen, they can definitely pull that off. Look at this infantry army, oh my goodness. Hobgoblin going deep into the infantry play here. We've got dual weapon Marauders across the board. Going to be really good against the Skinks, but the Javelin cohort can lay waste to these very lightly armored and unshielded dual axe units. We'll see how that goes for the Lizards. You've also got 3 Sacred Croxagors and Nakai backing that up with a Heavens Caster. Really good choice on the Magic and Lord. I do think that Nakai actually is, hot take, maybe the meta option against Khorne. He does have Primal Roar, which is a brutal buff to be face checking. So we're gonna have to see a lot of work come in from the Marauder Horsemen. These throwing axes have a ton of AP. They're gonna have to really put the deeps in on the Sacred Croxagores here. Because the blob of Sacred Croxagores with Nakai just popping Miasma and Primal Roar, plus giving the perfect vigor with golden tributes and the damage resistance. Oh, it's going to be so gross. It's going to be very hard to beat a blob that's sitting on all that. Slaughter Guard are here too. Slaughter Guard are not very meta, but into the Lizardmen and a few other factions like Vampire Counts, they're crazy high stats, and the inability of factions to debuff them because these guys have Unyielding Assault does actually make them quite scary to face down, because they can just anchor a point alone. If you don't have heavy-hitting AP, then their 130 armor is basically nullifying any and all base missile damage. And they do also just have 10,000 HP on 80 models. They're very hard to break down. It's not impossible, though. Lizardmen definitely do have tools to kill these guys. It's going to take some very cagey play to do so. We'll see if Bird has that in the bank. Valkia going to drop her Sleipnir early. You gotta be careful about dropping it on units that aren't engaged in the front line. I prefer Sleipnir to drop into units that are actively shooting, or units that are already engaged into the front line, so you can get an early breakthrough, which can be really nice. Or just to like really hammer archers while they're in a very like wide, tight formation. Missing Sleipnirs is not really something you can afford with Valkia. It's like one of her big selling points. It's an incredibly powerful item, and it does a ton of damage. And losing out on the damage on these skink cohorts means that the dual weapon Marauders just get filled full of jabs on the way in, take a brutal amount of damage, and now the Sacred Croxagores are all over them. And you get a disgusting Primal Roar out immediately from Nakai, destroying the entire front line for Khorne right off the bat here. But it does mean that the Slaughter Guard will get into this fight and be able to scrap with the Sacred Croxagores for most of the time without them having the benefit of the extra melee attack. These guys do have magic damage, so they are already getting around the Fizz Res of the Sacred Croxagores with the Primal Roar there. You can see good micro from Bird, going to be pulling back away from the Slaughter Guard for the moment, and just saturating the Skinks into this mess. If you saturate enough Skinks into the Slaughter Guard here, bringing in all of the Sacred Croxagores at once could yield you a good enough engagement to break the Slaughter Guard in a matter of moments here, potentially. Skull Reapers getting into a great fight. They're going to brutalize the Skinks. Exceptionally strong unit for killing chaff, and also some higher tier lightly armored stuff. Like Exalted Demonettes, I've found Skull Reapers to be pretty exceptional against. Things of that nature. Valkia is chasing down the Skink Priest, who is Harmonic Convergence and Wind Blast, two really good spells. Valkia is not going to have a very easy time catching this guy. He is slower, but the way air combat is coded, it's kind of hard to actually catch units in the sky and get attacks on them when they're just running away. So Bird is doing what he needs to here to keep the caster on its feet. Slaughter Guard with 1,1600 value and counting. These guys just going absolutely crazy right now. Khorngor's on the way in. We do get the cohort of Sotek moving up. Saurus Spears moving in, but the Skull Reapers killing more cohort. Definitely want to pull these guys back as soon as possible to get after the cohort of Sotek. And the Saurus Spears, preferably. Saurus Spears get folded up pretty badly by Skull Reapers as well because of these guys' stats and weapon strength. They can get through the 60 armor of Saurus pretty easily. And the HP doesn't end up being as good of a buffer at that point as it normally is for Saurus. Khorngor's getting terror routed before their, oh no, Fury of the Skull Throne went off. Are they routing those still? Oh, they are still routing, so the Terror Route came in before the ability of the Khorne Gores went off, and they're missing out on the Horn of Khorne that's going off here. You can see the Slaughter Guard just continuing to grind 2,200 on these guys. I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's a lot of very healthy Sacred Kroxigors in here. You can see Nakai's actually taken a lot of the damage from the Slaughter Guard, in fact. He's still at half HP, and Valkia continues to fruitlessly chase this poor Skink Priest. He's doing such a good job of distracting Valkia right now. A little worried about that for Khorne. They have a slight value lead, so they've definitely got an odds-on chance of getting into a winning position. But until they can kill the Sacred Kroxigor blob, it's going to be increasingly more and more difficult as you run out of ammo on the throwing axes. And they're quite low. They've used most of their ammo here. And Skull Reapers are getting hammered by the Razordawn Hunting Pack. A really nice back pocket summon from Bird to bring in and really wreak havoc on a scary anti-infantry counter that you just usually aren't going to have amazing options for. But Sacred Kroxigor's fighting against these guys, and you can see the Terror Blob of Nakai is really starting to mess with Khorne's ability to stick and hold on the points. They do have the number 1, and they have the number 3 here. But they've lost their main force here in the middle. Oh no, and Valkia landing in at the wrong time here. Valkia really should have landed earlier when the Slaughter Guard were still out on the field, but now she's landed into a situation where she's gonna get trailered here. She's just completely surrounded by people, and you can do a lot with Valkia to survive attempts at assassinating her like this, with just like blobbing a million units on top of her and never letting her withdraw. You have to have units that you can send into the front line, though, to kind of peel for her in the process. Khorne Gores are going to do that. We've got some Chaos Warhounds coming in from the flank, going to help out some as well. Razordawn Hunting Pack getting compromised a little bit by the Fleshhounds here. Fleshhounds are excellent into the Razordawns and the Salamanders. A lot of damage output on the Flesh Doggies. They've got great armor-piercing damage, honestly, with the good charge bonus. Even against the 90 armor of the Razordawns, they can put down some serious DPS. Valkia is lucky to get back up in the air. She's got some good value, but she doesn't have a good opportunity to engage against a lot of the targets that she'd be looking for here. She wants to trade into, like, Nakai and the Sacred Kroxigors, although the Bastillodon wouldn't be a bad target at all here. You can see a little bit of landing jank going on. She does get onto the ground. She's gonna maybe get a slice in against the Skink Priest. Though it does look like he's maybe gonna get out of here before Valkia is able to land another blow on him. Taking down some Skinks here. You know, the epic duel of Valkia v Skink going off for a moment here. Really good Razordawn fire. These Razordawns have gotten a lot of value. 752 already. They've used a little bit of their ammo, about a third. That's pretty cost-efficient value in terms of the ammo used for what they've gotten done up to this point. 850 value. They could definitely keep shooting and probably end up with about 2,000 at the pace they're at. Oh, brutal engagement for these poor Minotaurs of Khorne. Khorne Taurs need to be kept with your main force. Just because they're one of your best value trade tools does not mean they function well alone. They are quite weak when they're by themselves. And fighting the Colossadon Hunters and Coldwind Spear Riders, losing a 1350 gold unit, and they only got 388 value here, is starting to really hamper Hobgobl's value trading. You can see he's starting to fall behind. And the Sacred Kroxigors, they stand alone somewhat. Not a whole lot left in the middle. There's some Saurus Spears to assist with the Rev Crystal. Rev Crystal healing is going to be really nice for the late game. It resurrects dead entities as well, so if you did get the Cohort of Waddle up past half their health, they would start to bring models back, which is damn strong. Get a nice use here on a Sacred Croxagore that's lowest. Very good choice of target. That's going to get these guys up to a decent amount of HP, and we're going to get a Sword of Khorne here, but it's not going to do anything to all these monstrous units. Good damage on the Sword of Spears, but not really what you're looking for. Man, oh man. Losing that Minotaur unit is kind of the death sentence, and you really just shouldn't have summoned it out here, Hobgoblet, to be quite honest. You really should have just sent Khorngors out to that point, and then had the Minotaurs rally up into the middle with the dual weapon Marauders and the Skull Reapers and whatnot, because then you can actually scrap with the Sacred Croxagores that your opponents had here in the middle all game. The fact that the Sacred Croxagores have lasted this long is just a terrible sign for Khorne in the late game here. Because now the cheap cohort, the skink cohorts can come out. The Javelins are 450, Red-Crested Skinks are 575 or 525. I think it's 575. Very, very cheap, cost-effective cap weight. And then you've got regular skink cohort who are as cheap as 325 gold. Khorne just doesn't have the same kind of cheap cap weight to throw out, and since they don't have the mobility advantage or the advantage with any big monsters, they're just slowly going to lose out here. And you can see Valkia lands in against Nakai. Good pop of Demon Shield here, but there's just too much happening for her to flip this fight. A million Sacred Croxagores just dogpiling on top of her, plus Nakai with his buffs and the Rev Crystal healing. And a really good win here. That's the kind of stuff that you need to see from the Lizardmen. They were able to do exactly what I was talking about in the pregame. Surviving that initial engagement with their punchy and high HP units, just wearing down Khorne's over-aggression, and then counter-pushing with some good missile play, as well as just a nice little death blob with some healing. Was able to get Khorne on the back foot this one. And a pretty nice win for the Lizardmen. That's definitely a very unfavorable matchup, so Bird showing off some matchup knowledge here with the build, I would say, because this really is a very highly refined build just for a head-up fight against Khorne without really giving them any ground. Slaughter Guard got great value, but it's really only a 400 gold up trade if you really want to get specific about it. The 2200 is nice, but they do cost 18. Skull Reapers are doing great until those Razordons came out, and then they just got lit up, and that was another huge loss for Khorne, because those Skull Reapers... Honestly, something that I've noticed about Skull Reapers is that they're used really well to position behind your opponent's front line. You use them as a line pusher. You get them around the flank with their decent speed, and you get them into positions where they can intercept your opponent's reinforcing infantry. So you can take down stuff like Sword of Spears and never really let them get to the point. If your opponent wants to counter that, they have to bring out their missiles, and then you can throw up your Flesh Hounds and Chaos Warhounds to support. Furies are also really good against Lizards. Definitely want, like, 2 Furies into this build, I think. And that's really all you would need for Khorne to kind of flip this, this game around. You've got tons of Khorngors, so all the large stuff that your opponent brought. If you just keep all those Khorngors together, a little bit of extra firepower from the Marauder Horsemen, if you stick on 2 points, you should be able to take down the Lizardmen, even with that build and with how Bird was playing. It was playing all 3 points that got Khorne into the situation they were in the late game, which is often the case. It's just pretty, it's pretty unfortunate at times. Yeah, man, the Marauder damage from the Skink Javelins was so brutal. That's why I don't really do the Marauder dual weapons are really poor. If you need the non-AP chaff clear, that's why the Skull Reapers are there. You can get 1 Skull Reaper for the cost of 2 Marauder dual weapons, and that's something that I'd take every day of the week. I'd take the better quality over the quantity. Just get regular Marauder dual weapon, or not the Marauder dual weapons, get regular Marauders of Khorne. And I'll just point out why real quick. While they are at a huge disadvantage in terms of the weapon strength, the basic Khorne Marauder does have a shield. They've still got decent melee defense, and their melee attack with the Frenzy active is 44, which is more than enough to fight skinks. Skink cohorts, even the Javelin version, are really quite weak into the 44 melee attack that these guys pack. They can do a very good job of scrapping down the slightly more expensive counterpart on the other side of the field. Do Skull Reapers really beat Black Orc Great Weapons? Actually, that doesn't surprise me. Let's talk about Skull Reapers for a second, because they were kind of bad when the DLC came out. They were getting massively outshined by Wrathmongers, because the Wrathmongers were absolutely bananas overpowered. Wrathmongers are a little less broken now. They're still a very strong unit, of course, but Skull Reapers are actually fitting into the niche that they were intended to fill on Omen's release now. They clear chaff, and they outstat a lot of other elite units. Like, compare those Skull Reapers to the Black Orc Great Weapons. You got 38 and 32 for the stats on those armored Great Weapon Warriors, while the Skull Reapers are sitting here with 54 and 42. With a ton of weapon strength, a lot of that not AP, but still has a decent AP split. 44 base weapon damage to 20 AP really isn't too terrible. Considering these guys just have innate plus 10 against infantry with the bonus there, plus you get another 10 melee attack from Frenzy. With the high leadership, Skull Reapers are very hard to break. Some of the other Khorne infantry can falter at times, scrapping into stuff like Black Orcs and whatnot, like Chaos Warriors don't do too well into them. Even Bloodletters can sometimes struggle into those higher tier tanky infantry. But even the Sword and Board Black Orcs and the Black Orc Great Weapons both losing out to the Skull Reapers does give you quite a bit to work with. And they honestly kind of outshine Exalted Bloodletters at times. They're a little bit slower, but they just have slightly better stats all the way around. Lacking the Physres is the only thing that kind of hurts the Skull Reapers, because it does mean the AP missiles just absolutely pounce on them, man. Like we saw with those Razordons. It's a very, very clear-cut and honestly pretty perfect example of how you get around the Skull Reapers that Khorne can throw out. You just don't engage them in melee and just shoot them to death as best you can. They only have 60 armor, the Skull Reapers, so you don't really even need the pure AP. If you just get enough non-AP throwing weapons, you can take them down very similarly that way. Alright guys, give me a sec, let me grab more replays, and we'll just keep on trucking through. Ooh, we got a Tzeentch versus Wood Elves game. I think we're gonna watch this, we're definitely gonna watch this, Tzeentch, Wood Elves game next. Because this is a matchup that has swung back and forth so hard in terms of the, win rates at times that I think that ultimately, the Wood Elves into Tzeentch matchup just comes down to army builds. Oftentimes. You would think that Tzeentch would just have a no-brainer, easy win against the Wood Elves, but the Wood Elves do have a lot of magic damage to take out the demon units. And the Chaos Warriors are so incredibly slow that the Wood Elves can actually do a lot of hit and run around the Chaos Warrior heavy builds. So you see this weird dynamic where you see Tzeentch bring a lot more pink horrors and blue horrors in this matchup than you otherwise normally would, because you're really banking on the magic and flaming attacks of the pink horrors, as well as their like decent range and heavy damage to lightly armored units to just outshoot your opponent's missile play, because the Wood Elves either bring like a huge Glade Guard line, or they bring like one or two of the more expensive options. Like you see Way Watchers, Swift Shiver Shards, both of which are incredibly powerful here. We'll see how this plays out. This isn't... The Glade Guard line is lacking the Hagbang tips, which I think is a big mistake. Standard Glade Guard are really not that good. Just don't really do anything interesting or special. Like, they're accurate and they throw down pretty decent damage against lightly armored stuff, but Hagbang tips have slightly more AP. I believe the Hagbangs have 6 AP on their shots, plus they have magic damage, which makes them a better all-rounder in just about every matchup, especially against Tzeentch, though. See, the Dryads are just going to attack the Chaos Warriors, which is going to be a big problem for the Wood Elves, because the magic damage across the board for the Tzeentch infantry is going to very quickly outpace the Wood Elf front line. Dryads are very weak into armor as is, and against one of the best armored infantry units in the game, in Chaos Warriors, who also happen to have a way around the Phys Res that Dryads are pretty reliant on, is a death sentence for them. What Weo could do here is just have the Dryads kind of fighting back on the point, but have them pulling back and try to kite the Chaos Warriors away from the objective. Great firepower coming in early from the Pink Horrors of Tzeentch. They're putting down tremendous damage on this poor Glade Guard. You can see how quickly these guys get lit up by multiple Pinks focus firing them. They really don't stand a good chance there. Good damage going down on this Chaos Warrior of Tzeentch. You see the Treekin fixing the position, and then the follow-up fire taking advantage of the fact that the Chaos Warriors lose access to their shields in melee combat to finish them up. Turning their attention now to the Halberds, who are actually doing some great damage to the Firebark Elders. These guys are getting beat up pretty bad right now. And this is where things are going to start looking real scary for the Wood Elves. If they can't shut down the Pink Horrors, you're going to see their Glade Guard getting more and more tattered and less effective as the game goes on. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch here weathering a lot of firepower right now. Tons of shots incoming against them. That Silver Shield, though, holding up really nicely. Zotes getting up into the flank. Pretty good engagement for the Zotes. Not really their cup of tea fighting infantry, but they are going to allow the Glade Guard to get an extra volley off here, and you've got good AP values on Zotes, so they'll get a little bit of damage pushing into the Chaos Warriors. Need to stay away from the Halberds, though. You get a nice blue fire going down on the Zotes there. They do have some Phys Res, but they are also weak to... no, that's the imbuement from Warp Flame, never mind. I keep forgetting they're not weak to fire. They may have been at some point in the past, but they weather that pretty nicely with their 25% missile resistance. Not taking too much damage. The Glade Lord has not been using the Prey of Anathema on the character. Chaos Sorcerers and the like are almost always where you want to focus Prey of Anathema. Either that or something like these Chaos Knights. You need to be able to lock down your opponent's mobility and lords to really punish them, because that's what the Wood Elves do best. They love disrupting your mobile play. They like to bring out a ton of missiles so they can just kill your characters with one good net. And then they play the mobile game really well with their Wild Riders and Stag Knights and whatnot from there. It's going to be a little tough, though. Meat has Meat has gotten a value lead and is going to continue to compound on that. Just with the fact that so many pink cars are remaining. And you see a lot of the Glade Guard have been shut down. And you have one Fury doing a really good job of trying to lock down the remaining few Glade Guard that are still fairly healthy and trying to rally to assist their compatriots here. Zotes would be better into other matchups. The Earthbound, or not the Earthbounds. Earthbound, a great game, but has nothing to do with Warhammer. The Earthbloods, I should say. It's an excellent bound spell, does give you quite a bit of healing, but the Flesh to Stone is useless in a matchup where everything has magic damage, and Zotes really need the Flesh to Stone so that they can survive engagements and continue to value trade, because they are incredibly expensive units. I think they're best left at home here, and you probably just go for more missiles. Wild Riders are doing a good job of charging down the pink horrors, but more Chaos Warriors coming up onto the field. And again, that Fizzerez being circumvented, not having enough room to maneuver and really hammer the lightly armored demons here is becoming the big issue for the Wood Elves at this point in the game. Great net here. Chaos Sorcerer gets caught in the air with the Forest Dragon all over him. Force Dragon is not going to kill the Sorcerer before that net wears off, but nonetheless takes him down to about half HP. I don't know what you need to bring in here as the Wood Elves. God damn, those Furies just continuing to cause mayhem in the backfield. Getting rid of another Glade Guard. You can see another one is all the way out here. Pushed all the way into the Shadow Realm, basically. Could rally and get some damage in, but doesn't have a lot of really favorable targets, man. I mean, you can shoot at the Zangors all you want, but they got a silver shield. Same thing with the Chaos Warriors, and you just don't have the firepower at this point to fight the pink horrors toe-to-toe. Plus, you got blues coming out now. Really well-played Zinch style here. I think Weo is maybe... I'm not sure what's going on with Weo here. I've watched Weo play a decent amount, and this looks a little bit unlike them from what I've seen them do in the past. Maybe overthinking this matchup a little bit too much, and you know, the Forest Dragons are really cool. Just if you want to bring that Forest Dragon, just slap the Glade Lord on the dragon, man. Like, seriously, Forest Dragon Glady is incredibly dangerous. They can net people and catch them. They still get Prey of Anoth Rayma and Arrow of Kurnus, and it's really not that bad of an investment, really. Like, the Reindeer Cav Glady is really strong, offers, like, tremendous fighting prowess, but is a pretty squishy lord with 4,700 HP. If you put her on the dragon, she's got the missile resistance, and the Fizzrez, and the breath attacks, causes terror, still has the bow that she can skirmish with, and then drop all the spells and abilities. You're looking at a very, very nice and chunky bit of value that you can gain just by utilizing her that way. It would mean that you can bring up more reinforcing units instead of having to overcommit into spending money on these fairly expensive flyers who are having a pretty negligible impact, all things considered. Like, sure, they've gotten decent value, but they provide no cap weight, and your opponent has basically just swept up your ground units and is now focusing the big, scary dragon monsters since the triple cap is in, and just, you know, you've got the time and the space to actually be focusing on killing these big monsters now. Eternal Guard and a couple of Stag Knights are helping out the Glady here, trying to take down the Zangor unit. Zangors, though, doing a great job of holding right now. Very hard unit to break down. Excellent line holder for a fairly reasonable price. They've got good leadership. Or, I mean, respectable leadership. 60 is about the average, I would say, for most infantry units. around the 600 gold cost. They've got 50 armor, which is okay. Silver Shield is great. They've got the Overshield from the Tzeentch Mark, which is amazing. Arcane Charge helps them in prolonged fights, and they've got decent stats all the way around. So, really a fun unit. I love Zangors, man. They're my favorite Beastmen infantry unit, actually. Sorcerer Lord continuing to put the moves on the Forest Dragon. Forest Dragon's having a hard time actually getting this guy. Really beautiful micro, landing the Lord and bringing forward the halberds. So that, you know, the Forest Dragon is going to catch this guy eventually. I mean, it's just odds-on chance that just 1 or 2 hits is all the dragon needs to put some serious damage down, but landing and then getting a good punish with the dragon having to show its back to the infantry. You can see it losing leadership because of its attacked and rear status, plus landing on top of the halberds and taking extra damage from those guys. Really, really smooth play from Meat here. Blue Horrors eat the charge from the Wild Riders, and this is where you can actually push the Chaos Warriors into the Wild Rider unit now. You can see they're actually pretty spread out. Those blues get dunked on. I mean, they are going to go... They're actually going to break completely here. They lose about half their HP on the initial charge from the Wild Riders, and then start crumbling instantly, but to trade out 1 Blue Horror for a whole Wild Rider is a trade to take any day of the week. Good countercharge of the Furies, and just having some Chaos Warriors nearby to get a lot of the Wild Riders like stuck up inside the units. You can see quite a few of them penetrated pretty deeply and just didn't have a way to pull out. Weo somehow hanging in fairly close in value. It just doesn't feel that way, right? I mean, a lot of Meat's units are in the backfield here, I guess. You've got blues and pinks and halberds advancing up to the points. Get a really nice delaying action from this Chaos Warrior halberd of Tzeentch here. Fighting Zotes and Dryads, definitely a losing fight for them, but they hang on to the point long enough that the triple cap allows for the victory here. You didn't even, it didn't really even need the triple cap there at the end, obviously, but it was just more about sending a message, and fighting that delaying action over there allows for reinforcing the other points while your opponent's just struggling desperately to get 1 objective back. Really, really like it. I think this is entirely too many Zotes. 1 in this matchup, I think, is already pushing it. The utility on Zotes is good, but I think they're better suited for factions that they can actually use their bound spells better against. Not being able to use Flesh of Stone at all against Tzeentch is kind of a big issue for them. They're, like, fine outside of their spells, but you really need the Zotes to uptrade, and that's why you need those bound spells to put in so much work. Because otherwise, they're a huge investment that may not last all that long. And Wood Elves are a fairly squishy faction as is. Like, bringing out another unit that you've got to babysit in melee combat is not really something you want to do, because you're already doing it with all your cav and your lords and heroes. You've got a ton of missiles that you have to micro. It's adding an extra, like, burden onto the actions per minute that you have to be taking that I think isn't really worth it in the long run. Oh no. No, it's not oh no, Weo. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. There's just a few things that you can change. And you'll do a lot better into that matchup in the future. I would really prioritize going for either a huge Glade Guard line with Hagbane tips, and then maybe 1 Starfire Shaft. Or you should do your Glady on the Dragon and bring some Way Watchers so that you can character snipe. And do it really efficiently, because Tzeentch is awful without their lords, obviously. hyper reliant on their Chaos Sorcerer Lords and just casters in general, so having a Glady and then the heavy AP missiles to be able to punish those characters is usually how I see Wood Elves beating Tzeentch. Because if you can kill the Tzeentch Lord early as Wood Elves, the fact that they have, you know, like, pretty good infantry and, like, decent, like, demonic shooting and blah, 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 blah ends up falling off really bad because they just don't get that X factor that magic offers. And then you can kind of bounce back with your own magic and bully them a little bit. Either with healing or with, like, beast magic to do just some, like, passive damage, or not passive damage, but, like, active spellcasting damage with Flock of Doom and, you know, throwing down some of the other options there. Shadow's magic is also really good against the Tzeentch forces. You've got Melkoths and you've got Pit of Shades, which can heavily counter Chaos Warriors. Melkoths is really good for the mobility, like Furies. Chaos Knights hate getting slapped by Melkoths Mystifying Miasma. It's very efficient against cavalry. But the heals can be useful too. Just because Tzeentch has a ton of fire damage dealing units doesn't mean they get to use all of those heal mitigation units. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and we'll get back into the action then. So, BRB, guys. Give me a sec. Alright guys, I'm back. So, let's get it rolling. Let's go see if we've got round 2 games. I have definitely had my fill of the round 1 maps. We'll come back around to some of the round 1 games later, maybe. Depending on what we have. Although we could maybe do some Bretonnia versus Skaven. That actually sounds good. Let's actually do a fairly rare matchup to see, and then we'll move on to the round 2 games. So Skaven are honestly not that bad. They're definitely one of the weaker factions for newer players, and even if you're an amazing player, the low leadership on Skaven can become a bit of a problem depending on how you take fights and when and where your engagements are prioritized. But I actually think against Bretonnia, the Skaven should have a fairly decent matchup against them. A lot of the Bretonnians' best tools, like the Mounted Yeomen and all of their Knights of the Realm and whatnot, they can definitely bully stuff like Rat Ogres and, you know, Brood Horrors. We actually see a Brood Horror and Throt on the Brood Horror here with a Plague Priest in reserve with the summon spell, so we're going to get summon spam, which is going to be kind of cool. But anyways, even if you've got your Knights of the Realm and whatnot out to hammer like Rat Ogres and whatnot, you've still got to worry about all the bodies underneath. You've got like Clan Rats, there's Storm Vermin who are very cost effective, would be especially good in this matchup. We'll see if Astrea Coloniala? We'll just see if Astracolon is able to bring in any Storm Vermin and whatnot to hammer down the Knights and outlast them. Plus, you got all the shooting that Skaven are so well known for. And Bretonnia doesn't want to get pulled out of position trying to countercharge like the Natty Bubos if they're deep set into a formation. Add on to the fact that there are spell counters to characters like Lewin that the Skaven can bring, and you're looking at a matchup that's actually got some risks for Bretonnia that they normally don't have to worry about. See, Night Runners are skirmishing pretty well against the Mounted Yeoman, but Lewin's going to get over here and dive bomb these guys, it looks like. See, he wants to land in here. He will tear out them fairly quickly. Leadership is very low for Skaven across the board, obviously. Yeah, immediate terror out going down on these guys. Do want to maybe get something over here that can push Lewin back, and it does look like the Brood Horror and Throt are going to be those units. These Night Runners are pretty beat up, but they can rally in, and they should still be able to get some effective damage on the Mounted Yeoman archers here. Natty Bubos are just killing the Peasant Bowmen. Excellent use of their time. Peasant Bowmen are a very annoying unit, and you can see that missile piercing that the Giselles have on their unit card. Very efficiently handles these type of just standard archer type of units. Formations are usually fairly bunched up, and multiple infantry units get hit by one Giselle and take a hideous amount of damage. And peasant archers don't have a lot of health. They're actually very squishy on the HP front. 49 is lower, I believe, than high elf archers even. I may need to double check that, but I don't think that I'm off on that. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis attacking Skaven Slave Spears, which is fine, but the Clan Rat Spears they need to be a little bit more careful for. Although the Skaven don't have a tremendous number of units in the field, and that is a beautiful Wind Blast. Wind Blast lighting up the Clan Rats and the Skaven Slaves here. Look at the Clan Rats getting terror routed. Men-at-Arms are holding up nicely in the front line, obviously. And Bretonnia does have 2 objectives right now, very firmly holding on to the number 3 when you look at it from afar. Just not a lot to reinforce that point right now. See some Giselle shooting at King Lewin. Moonlander going to pull him back for the time being. which I think is the right call, although you could get in and land on the Broodhar over here and scrap against that. It'll make it a little harder for the Giselles to get good firing lines on Lewin, if he's, like, you know, back over here with a bunch of units around him doing damage. They get a good Plague Monk summon, and they're going to be screaming in after the Peasant Bowman, but a good countercharge with Knights Errant, going to keep that summoned unit off of the Bowman. I would definitely try and pull away from the Plague Monks. You don't want to leave your Knights Errant in here. Plague Monks do have pretty good stats and damage output. The AP is a little lacking, but they should still be able to throw something out here. Broodhar and Throt fighting against King Lewin here. We get Creature Killer giving a massive boost to bonus versus large for both of these units here. Anything in that radius is getting an extra 16. Cool tech against Bretonnia for sure, but Skaven are playing very split right now. And Bretonnia is kind of taking advantage of that. They've cleaned up a lot of the initial infantry that the Skaven brought in. You can see some Ixchis Triads coming in. The Night Runners have been finished off by more Knights of the Realm. Wow, man, and these Knights are just wreaking havoc right now. There is a lead for Astrea here, but the problem is that a lot of the value is tied up in Lewin. He self-heals with his favored, the Ladies' Champion, sorry. Favored Son of Bretonnia, or Beloved Son of Bretonnia is the 50% buff he gives. Which is pretty good. It gives all of his units ITP, you get the melee attack bonus, you get base weapon damage increase, and charge bonus, which on Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm, obviously very powerful. Giselles are in danger of getting shut down. Colonia can win this game as long as their Giselles stay online and use up all their ammo. And it does look like Rat Ogres are coming out in numbers now, plus you've got the Triads locking down the number 1 over here. And it does look like the number 3 has been taken by the Skaven. It looks like Bretonnia is just chasing down bodies over here. Maybe got a little too distracted and allowed the Clan Rats to actually get up there and take it. Bad cap weight at Bretonnia allows a flip in the middle as well, and the Skaven are maybe going to start really taking this over. You can see Knights Errant being intercepted by the Rat Ogres. And Knights Errant really not a very good unit against the Ogres. The Rat Ogres need to be countered by the Maned Yeoman Archers, who are starting to focus fire here. And also the Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm are exceptionally strong against Rat Ogres because of the anti-large bonus. But they are tied up here in the middle fighting a bunch of infantry, which is looking a little bit questionable. Definitely not going tremendously for Bretonnia anywhere on the field right now. Giselles are open right now. Definitely an opportunity. You can see all of the Mounted Yeomen running from this one Wolf Rat right now. You should probably actually just have the Mounted Yeomen turn around and fight these Wolf Rats. Wolf Rats are a very weak unit on the leadership front. I mean, they got 34 at base. If you're running away from them, they get the charging boost to their leadership. If you just turn around, stay and fight, you'll grind them down fairly quickly. They have very weak melee defense. Mounted Yeomen have, like, an acceptable amount of melee attack. And you see, now that they turn around with the help from the Knights Errant, they're able to kill that unit. Moonlander needs to just scream up through here. And you can see some units starting to shut down the Giselles. You get a Knight of the Realm jumping out here. Very beat up, but there's 22 models, and Warplock Giselles are just so squishy. Absolutely abysmal odds of surviving a prolonged engagement of any type. Even against something like a peasant mob, they're going to do very poorly against. They are going to start pulling away. You do get a nice bunch of units coming in to try and buffer for them. You get Clan Rats and a Storm Vermin Sword and Board coming out. Storm Vermin Sword and Board, I don't really recommend. They're okay, but honestly, just the halberds are always stronger in my experience. as Skaven, you have a huge range advantage against almost every other faction, so you should be able to counterfire anything to threaten the Storm Vermin. And once you do that, that's where you can really take over a game. You can see the Jezzails are getting back online. It was a good save. It did allow for a tremendous amount of clear in the middle, though, for Bretonnia. Almost evened this game up, in fact. They've killed the Plague Priest here. It's only a matter of time before Lewin finishes him off. A lot of the Rat Ogres have been dealt with. A lot of Knights are dead and gone, sure. Oh, this is just such a hard match to read right now. Storm Vermin get up on the point, and they will be pretty annoying. Ixchia's Triads are finally in the actual melee fights here. And they found the Damsel, and they get a really nice isolation on her. And with those little Guandos that they're carrying, just tearing her up. She is going to pull back, though. Find a way out of that engagement, and going to be looking for a better position to get set up in. Throt's thinking about going after her, but decides to just rally back to the objectives, which the Skaven should just play the rest of this game. Bretonnia's really starting to fall behind on the points. Their early infantry formation held well, but obviously their men-at-arms have the expendable cap weight, so for the late game play, just a bunch of Eshin Triads coming out with Clanrat Spears who have full cap weight to back all that up. Bretonnia's going to have a hard time winning this game if they're just grinding on the objectives. They really need to figure out a way to get a strong Alpha Strike into the backline to clean up those Jezzails. And then rally back to the point. Maybe try and kill Throt, but Throt has been such a good choice this game. He has held so well. And the steady pressure from the Jezzails on King Lewin has meant he just can't get any good fights. He's actually about to break, and then he's going to lose the healing. He's got quite a bit of room on the on his HP pool right now. But just a few more volleys from these Warplock Jezzails. If they break that, he loses the Perpetual Heal from Ladies Champion. And that would be devastating. Natty Bubos can get unsummoned. They're out of ammunition. Definitely gotta, you know... I know there's a lot going on in these battles. Whenever I point out somebody not doing something, very often it has little to do with them making a mistake, quote-unquote. And they're just busy microing elsewhere. But the more... the less downtime you have on pivotal units for your faction, like the Natty Bubos and whatnot, the better. The sooner they get into your reinforcement pool and replenish their ammunition and come back out, the better for you. They are going to get unsummoned. The other Warplock Jezzail is going to go down to this Mounted Yeoman charge. Moonlander Gaming finally getting an opportunity to kill one of the Jezzails, and yeah, it's like beat up already. It doesn't have a ton of ammo left, but it will use all of that ammo up if it's left alive. Plus, just being able to kill the Jezzails and not allow your opponent to get a rebate on the unsummoned is massive, because you unsummon the Natty Bubos, and while they're replenishing, you bring up a bunch of cheap stuff to replace them in the front line, so that you can anchor the points. And then when your opponent's trying to push up on the points and they're trying to cap them, you can bring the Natty Bubos out and counterfire the units that are capping. Then your opponent's going to have to make a choice. They either try and overextend and kill that unit, or they sit and just weather the fire. Neither of those situations would be very good for Bretonnia at this stage of the game. Storm Vermin with the Sword and Board, holding up some reinforcements on the way to the middle objective. Spearmen and Arms going down. Damsel actually tangling with those guys and suffering for it, getting punished a little bit here. She's got 1100 value, which is pretty decent. Uranans and Windblast have done a bit of work here, but the bodies, man, the bodies have just been all over the place for the Skaven. The classic, tried and true Vermintide, seeming to get the Skaven into a winning position. You can see over here, man, these two Eshin Triads are denying so much space to the Knights Errant right now. I'll tell you what the perfect counter for those Eshin Triads is. Would be the Holy Wardens of La Maisontal. That is the unit that you need up here, because they have magic damage. They're an anti-infantry unit now after the last patch. they would clear out the Eshin Triads really nicely for you without having to throw a bunch of knights over here or just getting bullied right now, unfortunately.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Super cool to see somebody bringing Skaven in the new player tournament and doing really well against a great player. Moonlander is a very skilled Bretonnia main. Definitely one of the up-and-comers on them, for sure. And being able to, I don't know, give them a very firm runaround here is really nice. Great defense of the backfield. Moonlander just could not get up in there. And then playing the points in the late game is also very solid. Just steady and consistent pressure from the reinforcements, overwhelming the noble Knights of Bretonnia here. So, Astrea really showing something for Game 1. Good army build, bringing a durable lord like Throt, who really can't get bullied around by Lewin like Ikit can. Brood Horror to assist as well. This thing got 1800 value, which is impressive. The Warplock Giselles all pay for themselves with 2,000 on the Natty Bubos, which is awesome value. And the other one got 1,200 as well, so pretty cost-effective across the board, I would say. You're just not going to see that from Bretonnia, I'd guess. Yeah, like one Mounted Yeoman got 800 value. Some of the Knights did pretty well, 301 kills, and they only got 800 value on the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis. Skaven moment for sure. The Knights of the Realm were solid. It's just once the Bretonnians ran out of their Knights, it was kind of game over from there. They're expensive to summon back in. I think maybe heals would have been better than the Heaven's Magic, actually. Some healing on all those Knights might have allowed for a better value trade overall for the Bretonnians. Khorne versus Skaven when I get it. That can, if it's a round 2 game, then for sure. I don't see it right now, but I'm sure we'll get around to it. We got a lot of Khorne players in here, which is awesome. We've got 3? Hell yeah. Yeah, because, oh no, maybe it's just 2. Yeah, because it's Hobgoblin and our main boy Piston here. Final Boss would be playing them in the tournament. Final Boss already won a tourney. Let's actually watch. Let's watch a Lizard versus Khorne rematch here. Zoni is bringing a very different build from the round 1 Lizardman player. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hobgoblin has adjusted the build. You already see fewer dual weapon Marauders. None here. You've got 3 basic Marauders, and starting out with 3 Khorngors and 3 Throwing Axes isn't bad. Lizards don't have a ton of Vanguard units. They can throw out, like, their Skink Skirmishers and Chameleon Skinks, but that's a little scary against Khorne, because Marauder Horsemen bully Chameleons and Skink Skirmishers in melee. And the Khorngors have decent enough HP values that they'll be able to survive plenty of early volleys from Skink Skirmishers especially. Chameleon Skinks put out better damage overall. They'd be a little bit more dangerous to the Khorngor core here. Should be fine regardless. And one Marauder going to the number 1. Nice early summon just to grab a quick triple cap isn't a bad idea in the least. You can see the Marauder Horsemen looking to scream up into the Skink Skirmishers and actually going to get into them in melee here, it looks like. Although now that the Colwyn Spear Riders are up, they're going to be pulling back. Good counterfire from the Skinks. Killing quite a few models on this Marauder Horseman unit. Some Throwing Axes, you know, getting in there, a little bit of damage on these skirmishers. Throwing axes are really there for monstrous units and single entities. Usually pretty inefficient against infantry unless you're getting surrounds on them. If you get a surround on something like a Star Chamber Guardian, that's where you can do good damage with the throwing axes, but otherwise, you're better just kind of using these guys as mobile cap weight and waiting for the frontline fight to kick off, and then you can move them in to just get good, consistent volleys on like the Slan Mage Priest or something here. Or chip away at the Cold One Spear Riders from a distance. Lizard's going to take the number 3. They are pretty well positioned, I would say. Their front line might be a little bit too consolidated. Like, you want to play from a position of... you want to play out of a main formation, yeah. But this is a little bit wide, all things considered. Where you really want your units to be is a little bit more staggered, and as a result of being staggered, a little bit tighter in. So like Star Chamber Guardians here on the front edge, Saurus Warriors can kind of be up here on either side, and then have the cohort as a reserve to like muck up any units that might be trying to dive in on top of your salamander hunting packs and whatnot. Really nice cast of Sleipnir there, just nuking the skink cohort. Doing some pretty good damage to the Saurus Warriors as well. Takes a 1500 HP off of them. But Valkia again getting caught on the ground. Good Demon's Shield for sure, but nothing to peel her is going to be a big problem. You gotta get her out of there. You cannot be so reckless with her. Hobgoblin doing this a little bit, doing this a little riskily. I mean, you don't need to throw the throwing axes forward at all over here. Nor did you need to send Valkia in to try and do damage there with the Sleipnir and landing her. Your opponent's entire army is basically on the number 3, and they're summoning a few scattered units out on the number 1. What you do over here is you just have your Marauder Horsemen a little bit far forward, just to like make your opponent think that you're eager to get some kind of an engagement. Keep an eye on any firepower from Salamander hunting packs and where the skink skirmishers are. Pull back as needed and just play for time over here while you just clean up all of these isolated units on the flank. Hobgoblin is doing that now, but took a little bit too much unnecessary damage for it all. Luckily, though, it does look like Zoni is getting pulled out of position a little bit himself now. Cold One Riders are being used as a little bit too aggressive of a pursuit unit. It's not really their cup of tea, and they get tangled up in this Corn Gore, something awful, man. Corn Gores delete Cold One Riders. It is an ugly fight. The Cold One Riders have to maneuver around Corn Gores at all times. If Corn Gores come out in numbers, and they're able to get, you know, these mobile units tangled up in them, it's a massive loss of momentum. The Corn Gores are such a well-balanced unit. They're everything that Khorne has needed for a while against factions like the Lizardmen. Fast, shock halberd type of unit. Very, very good niche, but they aren't, like, overperforming into infantry or anything. They're just, like, a really solid, like, addition to the mobile gameplay. They do a great job of screening for your, like, throwing axes and flesh hounds. Corn Tours benefit immensely from having Corn Gores around them. Valkia getting surrounded again by the Cold One Spear Riders, and no real movement to try and help her. Nice Sleipnir, though, does get quite a bit of damage on this Saurus and the Spear Riders. Two very well cast Sleipnirs, so basically netted Valkia all of her value. Her getting surrounded like this is always a bad thing. She just does not love being in a position like this. You can use her to try and bait blobs, though, like this. Again, I've said it last time we watched. If you use Valkia to bait blobs and then have units that can follow up with shock damage and punish those units that are blobbed around here, amazing. Otherwise, just keep her in the air, and she would actually be better served fighting out on the flank over here, where there's more support. Valkia is very good at flying around and just beating up on isolated units. She's got good stats, fairly defensive. Demon Shield is good for when you want to take risky engagements against big characters. You need that little bit of invincibility just to get an extra swing or two in. Sleipnir, good for mainline fights, obviously, but I really do prefer her to just bounce around and work on supporting already engaged fights. Like, what you want to do, ideally, with Valkia, is keep her in the air. Your opponent's got the Coldwind Spear Riders. The Coldwind Spear Riders go to engage the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. You bring a Khorne Gore or a Fleshhound over and occupy the Coldwind Spear Riders, keep them locked in place, and then have Valkia just fly in behind that, and she just starts pulling down models off of cavalry units like this. She's very effective at killing cavalry, and she can get amazing value just doing that. She's also a decent character sniper, but slaying are pretty tough to do in, so using her to harass the Ancient Salamander is probably the next best bet. Khorne getting some good fights in the front line, done a great job of cleaning up the pressure on the #1 objective. See, the Marauders have, man, these Marauders held for ages against the cohort of Sotek. Both of them almost paying for themselves here. Really impressive stuff from those Marauders. The Fleshhounds and the Furies have done a great job as well as this Khorne Gore. Definitely want to rally all of these units, though, now. Back to the middle objective where the front line is getting a little bit wild here. Star Chamber Guardians are fighting a lot of Marauders right now. Marauders don't do too well into Temple Guard and Saurus. It's definitely their biggest weakness, but they do hold for a decent amount of time against both those units. Slaughter Guard are just kind of waiting in the wings. Honestly, there's not much to really threaten them, so now that the Ancient Salamander is being attacked by this Khorne Gore unit, I do really like leaving them unengaged for the time being. Just letting the Lizards kind of tire themselves out before getting this elite Halberd unit in will mean that they take a lot less damage in the early engagements and can maybe value trade a little bit better. They did great last game. We'll see how they do here. Slaughter Guard don't have a lot of value, unlike last time, in a brutal Sword of Khorne. Literally just one-shotting 2 entire skink. There's 1 skink left. Imagine being this poor little guy. Imagine being this dude. Oh my god. This is that one person at, like, ground zero of, like, Hiroshima or Nagasaki looking around after the initial blast, dude. Oh my god. That's 900 gold right there that just vanished in an instant for the Lizardmen. So they're actually down in value because those kind of casts out of the Khorne army abilities do not get accurately reflected by the damage value. You get Minotaurs, and this is fine for Minotaurs. They're alone, but they're fighting a fairly beat-up unit already. So there's less models hitting them, and they just are easily able to cleave through the Coldwind Spear Riders as a result. Their giant great axes that the Khorne Taurs carry around do an obnoxious amount of damage. They kill most cavalry with one swing of their mighty great axes there. Slaughter Guard continuing to grind about 600 value on those guys. Going to start to really rack up more and more value as time goes on, as they're fighting stuff like the Rev Crystal and the Saurus Warriors here. Really good engagements for the most part from Hobgoblin in this one. Valkia is the only thing that I would say you just need to refine. Need to just refine what you're doing with Valkia a little bit more. Don't land her in infantry. It's never really a good idea. Use her to support your Khorne Taurs and your Furies and Fleshhounds on the flanks, and you'll be much better off overall. So, Umbral Tide and the Ancient Salamander finally get clear of the Khorne Gores. The Khorne Gores have just been so ever-present, and Now they're in underneath the Pok cohort, and we do get a really nice cast of Relentless Rage here. Gives Unyielding Assault, which means that they can't be debuffed on their melee attack. They get Unbreakable and cannot die, so all 16 Minotaurs alive, even though they're taking a tremendous amount of damage. I would bet that 3 or 4 of the Minos are on like 1 HP right now. And just doing that to finish off the Slain Mage Priest is the right call. Excellent KG gameplay from Khorne this time around. Just be more careful with your Horsemen and with Valkia, and I mean, it's looking pretty dominant, honestly. It's been very well managed. Where are the Slaughter Guard now? Khorngor's here. Slaughter Guard are still alive, right? Where the hell are they? Oh, here they are. They're in the middle. God, 1,400 value on the Slaughter Guard, man. That is so crazy. Just crushing this elite Coldwind Spear Cavalry. Now, they did value trade evenly, I believe. Pok cohort are 1,200 gold, I'm pretty sure now. I think they got a cost reduction at least. They killed the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs got their value back, just beating up on the Slain and whatnot. Look at the cohort of Sotek. That was another Sword of Khorne here. For sure, like, landing in on top of this unit and just brutalizing the HP value, man. Oh my god. Skull Reapers are in over here to cap the number 3 also, and we've got what looks to be a game that's going to be winding down momentarily. Lizards are trying to get a little bit of value, firing at the Umbral Tide right now and the Ancient Salamander, the cohorts and whatnot, but the 2 swords have both been fairly devastating. The cohort of Sotek are an expensive unit. I believe they're 750 gold or thereabouts. Maybe even a little bit more than that. Can't remember how much they are off the top of my head right now, but that's a lot of value that a Sword of Khorne got. You had the one in the early game that literally killed 2 entire units of skinks. And I think Zoni needs to just be more mindful of the spacing on his units. You can see that these guys are obstructing one another, being so thickly overlapped, they actually don't have space to throw their javelins. And that's how you got punished with the Sword of Khorne that first time. And here's the thing about Sword of Khorne, man. Sword of Khorne self-charges, which might sound a little silly, but I honestly don't think is all that big of a deal, because with good spacing, you're not going to allow your opponent to Sword of Khorne you, and then they just get another one immediately. If you mess your spacing up with squishy infantry units, and a Sword of Khorne hits a good position and kills 300 models, I mean, your opponent's going to be able to use all of the Khorne army abilities at that point. There's actually a couple of matchups where instead of prioritizing using the lower tier army abilities first, you actually do want to save up for Sword of Khorne, like against Skaven and sometimes against Lizardmen. Lizardmen not so much all the time though, but especially Skaven. Sword of Khorne is a priority because the Skaven have so many bodies on the field that you get a good sword off and you can get all your army abilities and just keep cycling through them for the rest of the game. Something very similar happening here to Zoni. Yeah, the slant shattering in the direction of Khorne's deployment zone is absolutely peak. Retreat path, so funny. Yeah, Horn of Khorne is amazing. Against smaller factions, or I shouldn't say smaller factions, against factions that don't bring as many bodies, you should prioritize... Oh, I just crashed. Hold on. Let me open the game back up. Against factions that aren't the Skaven, you should just prioritize the Horn of Khorne, because it's so strong. It's a 30-second buff to your melee attack that makes you value trade, like, probably 3 times better than you would otherwise into pretty much any fight. I mean, it turns losing fights into winning fights alone. It is very, very, very tough to work around when Khorne is able to get their army abilities rolling. They're a little bit less high impact than the other factions, though. I will say that. Like, if you're going to compare the Khorne army abilities to, particularly the Tier 3 Tzeentch army ability, which is, just an area denial work of art. The Tier 3 Tzeentch army ability, you think you've seen it when a Sword of Khorne kills, like, 1 or 2 units. The Tier 3 Tzeentch ability will kill an entire army if a unit is within its radius. It is really disgusting how much damage that does. And then you've got, like, Fascination for Slaanesh, which is also another obscenely powerful Tier 3 ability. But, like, Curse of the Slug is probably a little bit more impactful on average, I would say. Or actually, never mind. I don't think I can say that. That's cap. I need to back up on that. That's just not true. What are the Tier 2 army ability for Khorne? The Khorne army abilities are nice. They are a good force multiplier. They function as your magic, basically, so you are fairly reliant on it. But there are a lot of ways that you can work around it, is what I'm trying to get at. Your opponent can always disengage from you when your army abilities are going off. You know? If you can avoid that, just stop fighting whatever Horn of Khorne is popped on, or run away from the relentless Rage Minotaurs. The Khorne army abilities don't really do anything else for you. Like, Fascination and Fecundity and the Tzeentch army ability are a little bit harder to work around because they're more perpetual and they do a better job of denying space to your opponent than the Khorne abilities do, which rely on your units to already be doing what they're supposed to do. Like, most people are already going to be trying to play a kite game style against Khorne. And in kitier matchups, that can be where Khorne really struggles, because they just don't get to charge their army abilities. We could watch some more Khorne, but let's get one more round 1 game in with Renataki on the Vampirates versus Zoni again on the Lizards. Good choice. Burning Head, always good against the Vampirates. I played a game on stream last week where I was playing Norska into the Vampire Coast. And just burning headed all of the gunline units, and then just slowly ground down all the melee units for the Vampire Coast and won that game. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Zoni going for something similar. It's going to be complicated by the fact that there's not really a lot of shooting here. It's actually Depth Guard and Mortars. And Mortars will actually do good damage to Saurus. Saurus with 60 armor actually a little vulnerable to the mortar fire. These things have 6 chevrons on each of them, which is a big investment, or I guess 5 on one. 6 on 2 of them, 5 chevrons on the other. Look at the damage on the poor skink skirmishers right now. Oh no. Disaster out the gates already. I mean, you might not think it's like the biggest deal for the skirmishers to be getting hammered like this, but they're losing a lot of models, which is the big problem. So their firepower is greatly diminished already. Plus, the both of them together is 850 gold. That does add up fairly quickly. Especially in the early game, man. Just continuing to get hammered here on the way out. Chevron mortars looking like world beaters right now. Depth Guard polearm sitting on top of the artillery right now. This mortar getting way too far forward. Not sure what was going on with the move orders from Renataki on this one. I guess it's not that big of a deal. It does leave it a little bit out in an awkward position, but it's alive. It shouldn't be too terrible. You got zombie pirate deckhand mobs moving up into the forest. I think this is just so that sneaky lizard units cannot get around the flank and up into the mortars early. We do have double Chameleon Stalker on the field for Zoni here. Really good unit, excellent at killing artillery. crews. But they're having to go way wide around the battlefield. And now they're like up in the deploy zones, and all it takes is one lucky incidental summon for these guys to get spotted, and they'll be in a really ugly spot. We'll see how the Lizards continue playing this game. You can see some more mortar fire coming in. They do have pretty good range on them. Mortars are pushed forward, and oh no, bad situation here. Chameleon Stalkers left on fire at will. Take them off fire at will if you're going for deep flanks. And they actually kind of waste their explosive howdahs firing in the trees here, because I think a lot of those shots ended up hitting the forest shot blockers. One Chameleon Stalker does get around the flank, though. I don't think it's been spotted yet. It's still hidden here, so I'm pretty sure they're pretty deep in. Oh no, but the Lamprey's Revenge come in at the perfect time for Renataki to find the Chameleon Stalkers, and the Shotgun Crab's actually getting some good damage off. Although, look at the firepower going down from the Stalker ammunition. Both Chameleon Stalkers shooting a Lamprey's Revenge might have been a really good counter to those guys. Actually puts down quite a bit of work on them. Lizards are pushed way back right now. Both of their deep diving units are about to get cleaned up here, so that's 1,200 gold that they're losing here. One Chameleon Stalker did get some value, but all that damage is just going to get healed up by the regen on the Lampreys. Lamprey's incredibly stalwart. Crazy high armor, good damage output with the melee attack. Pretty unparalleled melee defense for a monstrous infantry type of unit. Rotting Prometheans are a very good line holder. Mournguls are the offensive damage monstrous infantry, and then the Rotting Prometheans are there to just soak up damage, dish it back out slowly over the course of time, and just outlast your opponent with like depth guard and deckhand mobs like fighting underneath it all. It gets really scary and difficult to handle it. Mortar's continuing to cause problems for the Lizards here. See another high arcing shot. Where's this going to land? Looks like it is going to make some contact with the Saurus and the Skinks here. Another really good follow-up shot, continuing to hammer the cohorts. Seems like the mortars are really focus firing the Skinks, although you do have one turning attention over to the Saurus. You can see the firepower from the javelins just melting the gunnery mobs, so that's part of the reason why I guess you're not seeing a more traditional Vampire Coast gun line. Maybe was a little bit worried about the damage from the javelin cohorts against like handgunners and whatnot. Look at the mortars doing huge damage to the Umbral Tide as well. Oh my goodness, the Umbral Tide is on the retreat right now. Zoni is just getting outboxed by the Vampire Coast currently. Scurvy Dogs cleaned up some of the routing units over here. Chameleon Stalkers tangling with deckhand mobs once more. Not going to go well for them, obviously. You can see the push from the Lizards on the number 3 isn't going too terrible. Because the Sacred Croxagores are here and on top of their Skink cohorts, they should grind very effectively. Got some Ripperdactyls on the way in. They should probably just motor up into the gunnery mob here. There's not really any shooting to peel for them. By the time Lampreys and the Depth Guard get over there, Ripperdactyls should have killed the gunnery mob by then. We'll see how it goes. Get a really nice charge off. Don't really take any damage on the way in. You can see how quickly they're tearing into those very squishy undead units. Umbral Tide hammering the Mourngul Haunter. The Haunter did a good job of helping push back the Chameleon Stalkers. But now fighting on top of a lot of anti-large. The Spear Riders here. We've also got the Umbral Tide obviously roasting him to pieces with their anti-large explosive shots. The Burning Heads just haven't been impactful. Like, there's nowhere to cast that to, like, really get the kind of value that you're wanting from it. because you're roasting down deckhand mobs, which is fine, but then all the depth guard that are in there have enough armor that they just don't really care all that much. Not to mention the lack of any kind of sustainable DPS against the lampreys. Coldwind Spear Riders actually did get terror-routed there. They pulled back, and they're probably going to terror out again here in a moment once the Cold-Blooded wears off. It's the only thing keeping them in this fight right now. It's got another 20 seconds on it, which is absolutely incredible, but I don't know if they're going to kill the Morgul Haunter before that. He does get another Invocation of Nehek. He's also got the Hunger going. The Crumbling is looking pretty bad on him, though, but the leadership rallies on him here as he escapes from the fight, and the Lamprey's Revenge soaking up any of the remaining damage from this very beleaguered unit. Able to outlast them, obviously. Should definitely turn around and go for this cohort of Sotek now. Depth Guard are probably going to lose here just because they're getting beat up, but those mortar shots are just chunking through the cohort. Oh, God. I think the mortars have just been the MVPs this game. I mean, look at the value on them. Very solid across the board. 950 here, 822. This other mortar with 660 is wasting a lot of its ammo shooting at the Sacred Croxagores. I'd swap off of that. Just Skink Skirmishers, the cohort here is the target to go for. Honestly, maybe think about putting them on, taking them off fire at will. And just having them sit back here and then bring out a bunch of units to force your opponent to bring more Skink cohorts out and then start shooting with the mortars again. It's just not a lot of targets of opportunity currently. I mean, you can see that they just don't really do anything to the Sacred Croxagores. It's a little bit of damage, but really not high impact enough to be worth the volleys, I would say. Vampire Coast with a double cap, and look at the Lamprey's Revenge getting taken down. The Coldwind Spear Riders with the Ripper Dactyls actually putting the moves on the Lamprey's Revenge here and able to wear them down. Huge win for the Lizards. Being able to get rid of those guys could give them an avenue back into the game. We'll see about it, though. The problem for the Lizards is the fact that they've lost pretty much every single one of their infantry units. And a cohort of Waddle and the Sacred Croxagores starting to run out of room a little bit. I mean, they're not going to do super terribly against stuff like Mornghuls and Scurvy Dogs, but against the Depth Guard with the pole arms, lacking infantry underneath the Sacred Croxagores means that the Depth Guard polearms are just going to rip and tear through the Sacred Croxagores. They really should get into this fight. They're sitting a little too far back right now. You got... Sometimes when you're in the heat of battle, hit that space bar, get in, get down there for a sec, and see if there's anything like this happening. Because if you look at this from far enough away, you're just like, oh yeah, look, wow, the Depth Guard, they're right there on top of the Sacred Croxagores. Then you zoom in, you realize, like, not a single one of them is engaged. They're literally, like, 10 meters away, just staring, doing nothing. You want to have as little downtime on all of your units as possible, and you really want to make sure that your units are engaged on the right kinds of targets. Always be checking. Always be checking what your units are doing, what they're shooting at, where they're moving, why they're moving over there. And check for scattered units that you can unsummon, or might have just like run off into the corner chasing something down that you forgot about for a moment. That's like the #1 ABC in domination mode, because there is so much happening that you just are constantly going to be asked to have your attention pulled this way and that. So you might as well really play into that and keep an eye across the battlefield as best you can wherever you have units engaged. Which is usually why I recommend, personally I think, it's very rarely to your advantage to get early triple caps. And then to fight on all 3 points. Usually you want to get early triple cap, and then just go consolidate with your Vanguard force back to your main army, and just lock down 2. Early triple caps are usually just for a little bit of buffering against these artillery factions, because the Vampire Coast especially is incredibly slow to get up on points. Lizards with an early triple cap and then just consolidating up on 1 or 2 does a pretty good job of countering artillery, because then the arty has to put in a lot of extra work to get the Vampire Coast back into a position where they can cap multiple objectives. Because their units are so slow, they very rarely are able to push their units up out of reserve to immediately go for caps. Usually Coast is looking to play a value trade game. And here Renataki just had the answers, and Zoni was just lacking the right kind of tools to be able to handle all the depth guard, and the mortars especially. The catches and the Chameleon Stalkers were a little bit unfortunate here. It was a good attempt from our Lizard player. I think this side might just not be a good side to approach from. Going around the back up this corridor is probably a little safer. Nobody ever has units positioned up on these little bluffs on either side of the map. So if your opponent is shifted to one side with their artillery, going around the shortest distance possible is definitely the way to go. Because when you're approaching from this side, you've got a much longer distance to cover. And your opponent has more tree cover. So they can... Vampire Coast doesn't have a lot of units that they can have hiding anywhere. They have to hide them in trees. So you want to, like, avoid that as much as possible. There's, like, one tree stand here, and you can just kind of skirt through the edge there. There's also less summon points that you have to work around. There's 3 summon points that the Chameleon Stalkers have to sneak past. If they came from this side, there's only 2, and then they're immediately into the back line of the artillery. Lizards get the cap over here, and, I mean, honestly, it has been a fairly close game. Like, Zoni really only needed a few slight alterations to tactics here to be in a better position, but hey, I mean, that's the name of the game. Domination mode has such a breadth of available options that you can very much get knowledge checked by your opponent, because you're running up into something that you're just not experienced against, right? Like, this Lizard build would have been very well suited for a very wide gun line of Vampire Coast, as I mentioned. But without the squishy high-value targets for the cohort to shoot at, and the heavy firepower coming down from all of those mortars, the Lizards just got pulled into a bad position and have just been value trading down for the majority of the game here. They just can't find a place to really sit their troops and grind away. Now that the mortars are gone, this would theoretically be where the Lizards can do much better and maybe find a way back into this, but I think they're just down a little too much. The Lord died, leadership is a big problem, they don't really have any heavy hitters. They got a bunch of skinks and 1 Saurus out here, and that's really it. They really just need a little bit more if they were going to be able to find a way back into this one. Win or lose, need to watch my round 4 replay. Hell yeah, man. I'm excited to see it. Sorry to hear that, Moonlander. Bretonia can be a little frustrating for sure. If you're feeling frustrated with your main faction, it's time to swap. There's so many other ones to play around with. If you're good with Bretonia, you'd be really good at Kislev as well. Kislev's got a lot of options. They can do a much more flexible play style than Bretonia can. Bretonia's got the ever-present problem of being the forgotten faction. Them and Norska just haven't really gotten a lot of DLC attention, so they tend to play pretty samey. They've got like 1 or 2 play styles and build orders that perform very, very well trying to go outside of that is pretty difficult, unfortunately. One day, maybe Bretonnia will get a DLC, and then you can, then they won't have to be, what they are right now. They're fun to see as a mix-up, but I can very much understand the frustration of trying to main them. Yeah, great value across the board on our undead folk. Morgul Haunter didn't do all that well. He got kind of bullied in the mid-game there, but soaking up all that damage did allow for other areas of the battle to go much better. You can see, actually able to take down those Sacred Croxigors fairly effectively with what little firepower there was on the field. Just pistols, man. The pistols all did pretty good. They all paid for themselves, outside of this one. It's only 5 gold off, though, and the other one's got a little bit of an uptrade, at least. Let me go take a little peek at the bracket, guys. I need to see where everybody is at. There it is. New player tournament, and we are in round 4. 5, 4. Round 4 is winding down now. We are gonna have a round 5. Okay, cool. We've had a few people drop, just a couple. Understandable. You know, hanging out for the whole tournament can be kind of difficult at times. They are, you know, hours long often, so it is what it is. That's true. Norska at least is getting Tides of Torment. It's going to be really crazy to see an already top-tier faction in domination mode get DLC stuff. It's going to be really horrible. I do want to see some Little Grom action. It's my favorite artillery unit in the entire game. Absolutely. I'll check it out, Piston. I definitely want to see you get some of your games in. Yeah, I would say, you know, the cavalry argument, the cavalry are a lot easier to use now than they used to be. I can't remember what patch it was exactly, but, like, maybe 3-4 months ago, CA definitely put in some work to make the cavalry more responsive, which is why Bretonnia is much stronger than they used to be. Bretonnia was inarguably the worst faction to play for quite a while. But with the cavalry mobility changes, they got much stronger, and they immediately jumped up to winning a few tournaments. They were looking pretty strong, but people have kind of figured out how to work around that now. And I think that Bretonnia's in just that, like, mid-tier where they're fairly competitive, but they have some very obvious weaknesses, kind of like Khorne does. Except maybe a little bit of the other way around, where Bretonnia doesn't have the infantry quality to carry home wins, whereas Khorne lacks some of the, like, uber-powerful mobility options that Bretonnia has with, like, Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm especially is like a mid-tier anti-large option. Khorne has, like, Khorngors and whatnot, but they're obviously much slower than a cavalry unit is. Both of those factions are, like, right around the exact same win rate currently. Let me actually go take a little look. The reason why a limited faction like Bretonnia is struggling and Norska isn't is because Norska just has, like, a more... they just have a much more solid identity that's centered around value trading. Norska has a lot of regen. They've got really strong mobile options. They don't really have a bunch of bad matchups. I'll bring y'all over right now. Oh, I already brought you over. So yeah, Bretonia's here. They're just outside the top 10. Corn is a little bit lower at 49% versus 52. Bretonia is much stronger into Kite, which is why they're doing better than Corn right now. But both factions are strong in very particular areas with some glaring weaknesses, which kind of keep them from getting up into the higher tiers. Really, right now, I think that one of the problems, quote-unquote problems, is just that the meta is so even right now that matchups are more important than ever. So for single-faction tournaments, you just run into a bad matchup, and if your opponent knows what they're doing, it's just a massive uphill struggle that feels just wickedly unfun into. So I think Matrix tournaments might be a really nice way to mix that up. You know, like the quick Matrixes where you declare 3 factions at the beginning and just do the Matrix right off the rip with your opponent, instead of doing all the picks and bans and whatnot. That'll definitely make the tournaments feel a little bit less painful for specific factions. Let's get some Lizardmen. Bretonia, Corn Wood Elves. Corn Wood Elves is really tough for Corn. It's not impossible, but good Wood Elf players will make that a nightmare matchup for you. Warriors of Chaos versus Lizardmen and Skaven. We're going to Taki drop to some replays too, so we got a bunch here that I'm about to drop in, and we'll just keep on grinding through them all. We'll just get rid of these. Here we go. Let's just set up. Let's watch some Kislev. We haven't watched any Kislev yet. And we got Hobgoblin with a crazy thick infantry wall going into Kislev, which isn't really a bad build for Khorne at all. But we've got the Druzhina and we've got the double Little Grom, which is a sick, nasty combo, guys. This is going to be a game and a half, and this is a really good map to do this kind of style on, because you can really just consolidate your force on the number 3 objective.
When you stand with me, you stand in defense of Mother Kislev. Fight for her!
Absolutely. Let's go. Druzhina giving a really nice little speech there. We're going to be seeing Kislev grab the number 1 immediately. Khorne is going to be taking a while to get up to the points. And they got a long way to run with a lot of infantry, so it's going to be pretty painful with the artillery focusing them. Good call from Hobgoblin, though. This is how you use terrain. Wrathmongers, super weak to Little Grom. Immediately get them up in the forest, where they're a lot less vulnerable to the artillery fire. First shot from Little Grom, already killing 10 Khorngors. More shots coming down from Big Boy here. Hitting the Marauders, doing some damage. Chaos Warriors of Khorne definitely need to be the priority. You got 3 of them to get through, which is quite a lot to clear out. Or actually 4. I thought this was a Marauder, but it's actually another Chaos Warrior. With the heavy armor and the shields, these guys are incredible at holding the line. It can be pretty rare to see Chaos Warriors of Khorne, like, value trade. But just the durability of these guys is pretty hard to punch through for a lot of factions, so I do think that they're a good addition against most gunline factions, because Armored Kossars aren't going to get any meaningful damage in against a Chaos Warrior of Khorne with their pistols. Like, most of the shots are going to get blocked by the shield, and then the armor is going to mitigate almost all of the non-AP damage. Fury's going really hard right now, trying to push up on top of Little Grom. I mean, this isn't really something that Furies are going to be able to handle. They don't do any damage to Little Grom, really. And look, that shot actually... What was that? Oh my god. That was freaking hilarious. Dude, the Furies were landing on top of Little Grom, and it fired into the mass of Furies. The shot killed almost 20 Furies and then ricochets off into the air. And just lands out in the open field. That was pretty hilarious. I love it. Dragina is just chilling here with his bow. He's not going to do a whole lot of damage to somebody like Valkia, but definitely needs some cavalry in here. Good summon of some Kossite dervishes just to answer the Fury pressure. Fury's very weak to cavalry. This is a huge loss for Khorne. Instead of getting the Furies up like this, you could actually use the Furies to go and harass the Horse Archers instead, while you have your Warriors push up against the Boydnov's Brawlers to try and shut them down. Marauders and Chaos Warriors here doing a good job of, you know, anchoring somewhat. They're just chilling, doing their thing. Little Grom actually smacks Valkia, and she's getting hit by the Death Frost. Really nice spell choice, actually. Very, very sneaky option to bring. More shots coming down. Oh my god, and Little Grom just chunking through the Chaos Warriors, and the Chaos Warriors actually turning their back to the Boydnovs here and getting lit up for their efforts, man. Brutal damage. Oh my god, and the Wrathmongers, they come out of the woods. They're chewing through the armored Kossars, but Little Grom finding them immediately and just dunking on them. That one guy in particular, really not popular with the Blood God, obviously. So, Khorngor's moving in now. Two Chaos Warriors, one very healthy, one pretty beat up. Looking to move in, potentially. Snow Leopard getting stuck in the Khorngor is going to go down very quickly here. Oh, man, the Boydnovs being obstructed right now is a big problem. Little stuff like this can make a big difference. Horse Archers have a longer range than the Boydnovs. So really what you should have going at all times is Horse Archers directly behind the Boydnovs and just never, ever, ever, ever get in front of them and obstruct the firing of these shotgun Streltsy. So the shotguns do a hideous amount of damage, plus they suppress, which lowers speed more. You can stack an insane amount of slows with Ice Sheet and the suppression effect, and then Ice Guard have their own Frostbite that they imbue at range, so you can lower the speed on units with that combo by, what, 85%, I'm pretty sure is how much it is. Units literally would be looking like they're moving in molasses at that point. The firepower from the Little Groms is just breaking all of the Khorne infantry. All the Chaos Warriors and Marauders on the home objective of Kislev here have been pushed off with plenty of time to spare. I mean, Kislev's maybe even going to get a leg up here in terms of the tickets in a moment. Look at the Boydnovs getting great volleys off on the Chaos Warriors as they retreat. Are they going to get one more before they get out of range? Looks like they're not going to be able to, but Little Grom's going to make up for that. You know, there's no hiding from Little Grom on this map right now. It's very open, as you can see. The best thing Khorne could do here is play out of the trees as much as possible. Just try and force your opponent to attack your objectives and then summon units out to counter that. And use those fights to shield yourself from Little Grom fire. 2,000 value Little Grom here. And look at Valkia. She's continuing to get hunted down by the artillery. This is also probably the most accurate arty piece in the entire game. Little Grom literally does not miss. It is wild how, at maximum range, they will just smack one of the smaller, harder to hit flying characters in the game. One of the benefits of Valkia is usually that it's very hard to shoot her out of the air, but when you've got an artillery piece of 420 range, that can just dap her up from downtown. What are you really going to do, huh? Never really going to be a good spot to be in. Fury's getting hammered from behind by the Kotsavite Dervishes, and then Streltsy on the other side with their okay armor values, holding up well enough that the advantage goes to Kislev in this fight. Winged Lancers, I think, taking a little bit of friendly fire, but also getting attacked by Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are a really strong unit, man. They do great damage to shock cavalry if they can engage them in combat and avoid the charge. If Winged Lancers get a charge off on Fleshhounds, then Winged Lancers win, but if Fleshhounds countercharge Winged Lancers get absolutely crushed by the Hounds. But while all this is going on, just continuing to fire with Little Grom, they're getting the restocks from the Druzhina, and I'm telling you, man, this is a build that has some serious teeth to it. The Little Grom's cost efficiency is something that people disrespect, I think, when they see the Druzhina. You just throw out some good magic, and then you just reinforce with infantry, and you play real slow and careful. And it's very hard for opponents to compromise this army, because you can consolidate so quickly as Kislev with so much firepower and heavy-hitting shock cav with like Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion. Most factions are going to struggle into this. You can see Valkia goes down. It looks like she got beheaded here. Oh man, ouch. Headless Valkia. You got a few tattered Winged Lancers and some Horse Archers running down the Hounds of the Blood Hunt who are going to crumble out there. Frost Maiden has 500 value, which is okay. I mean, just using Death Frost on Valkia, I'm sure, is how she got that. The Ice Sheets have been pretty strong. It's really made it difficult for the Chaos Warriors to get engaged in combat. You can see how little value a lot of the Khornate units have. Bloodletters are trying to be run down by cavalry, having a tremendous amount of success. And the Wrathmongers hiding in the forest. I have liked the play from Hobgoblin with the Wrathmongers. They've been playing in and out of the trees really well, and still have 1100 value. And look, I mean, Khorne is holding on to this middle point. You know, maybe if they just don't push this back objective, and, you know, keep all their Chaos Warriors out of the LOS of the cannon, they can find a way to build up the Khorngors and then some of the other mobile elements and then push in to try and crush the Kislev army, but I just don't know, man. Suga has just been playing this game so cleanly. You've got the Zargard Great Weapons and a great fight against the Khorngors. They could get in over here and help out against these Chaos Warriors now. Got another Snow Leopard out on the field. I guess just to debuff the speed, because why not? Look at all those stacking slows, man. 28 speed at base down to 10 speed for the Chaos Warriors is filthy. Really brutal stuff. Khorngors and Marauders anchoring the back point. You got the number 3 objective being swarmed over. Dazha's Hearthblades coming back in, doing some pretty good work that first time around with almost 1100 value. 210 kills, could definitely get in here and do some work. The Little Groms continuing to thunder. Just dunking on everything they're firing at. You gotta be careful with little Groms, though, because of how accurate they are. If you're targeting the same unit, sometimes what happens is one little Grom hits a spot, kills a bunch of units there, and the second follow-up shot lands in the empty spot where all of the units were. It can be a little painful when that happens, but, you know, such is the way of life sometimes. Nice sort of corn, but it does kind of nuke the remaining bloodletters here. Corn gores are not going to do very well into the hearth blades, no matter how you slice it. Those great weapons should be able to win there. The poor Frost Maiden is getting attacked by the Wrathmongers, but they're struggling to hit her, and the remaining Boydanov's Brawlers, they did get obstructed and they got caught at one point, but 40 models on these shotgun units is still more than enough to do some wicked damage, and look at them just wrecking the poor Wrathmongers right now. Very much regretting their choice of real estate on the battlefield right now. Just another volley might be able to finish this unit off just about. There's 17 models in this Wrathmonger unit, dropping down lower and lower though as they lose models. 9 of the Wrathmongers get into combat. They'd probably be able to beat the Boydanov's Brawlers, but with the Druzhina on them now, Druzhina is actually a fairly good combat character. He's really not amazing at any one thing. Like, his bow is alright, but it lacks AP. He can poke a little bit with it. His AP and melee attack and melee defense is, like, it looks pretty low, but you just play very carefully with him, either on foot or horseback. And very often he'll get you about 1,000 value. And even if he doesn't value trade, if he's giving restock to the little Groms or your other missile units all game, then that's easily like 500-600 value a restock, honestly. He's a huge force multiplier for this build. That's why I always recommend him if you're going for the little Groms. Because, I mean, these things have been out the entire game. One finally got unsummoned, and there's still one here with 3,000 value and 5 volleys left. It's probably going to end up with 3,500 value by the end of this. Look at the damage, dude. 69 models left on these Chaos Warriors. Nice. You know what? Khorne has done a pretty good job this game. I mean, despite the brutality of the value trading, the infantry have done a fairly good job of anchoring the points, but the problem is that now they're just too beat up. The war of attrition has favored the more technologically advanced side, I guess you could say. And Khorne is just looking increasingly more vulnerable as their infantry units are becoming lower and lower quality with just a ton of Marauders coming out now. The leadership debuffs from the artillery are really adding up with all of the glorious charge shenanigans from the winged lancers. It shouldn't be much longer. You can see the Marauders to absolutely tossed here. Massive, massive rout on the home objective, and Kislev going to take the number 2 and very easily wind out the clock with a late game triple cap here. Really fun game, dude. Oh my god, and the ice sheets have been so annoying.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
You might not think using ice sheet on a whole bunch of already slow infantry is like a good use of your time, but I really do think that it's the way to go. Oh, did I seriously leave it on the fucking screen? I'm such a dummy. Absolutely iconic, dude. You've got to be kidding me. I'm so sorry, guys. It wouldn't be a stream from me if I didn't do the screen blocker at least once. God damn it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, guys. I need to be upset about my lack of professionalism for a minute. I'm gonna go check bracket 2, and then we'll get around and we'll actually get into some games. That's so embarrassing. The whole game. Yeah. I'm getting that sense. It's been like a couple weeks, but it's so fucking annoying when it happens, man. Oh. I'm blushing so hard right now. Alright, dude, you know what? We're gonna just get back in there. We're gonna pretend that game never happened, and we'll just recast it. So that y'all can see all of the gloriousness in full effect. You got the ASMR version, now you get the real thing. We're gonna come back. Being punished? No, you're not being punished, I promise. I got so deep into caster mode, I'm just not looking at my at chat on my phone. I keep loading it up, and then I get invested in what's going on, and I just forget to check anything and everything.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Alright, so we'll do it again. The remastered version of Suga versus Hobgoblin here. You can see little Grom out here. First shot going in against Valkia, whiffing, not quite making contact with her, but good damage against the Korngors. Little Grom's cost efficiency against any and all comers is absolutely goated. You see them just tossing units around. And look, I mean, they're single entity artillery pieces, but they honestly do more damage than regular artillery pieces against infantry. Something like a Cathay Great Cannon is pretty similar in terms of its efficiency against infantry because they're so accurate, but they need the harmony to do that, and Little Grom is more maneuverable, has like actual sustainable stats. I mean, it's actually got damage output in melee. Not a ton, but 42 and 30 isn't like terrible defensive stats. With 105 armor and good leadership, these things are so obnoxious to handle. You can see the weird targeting bug happening right now. This is so obnoxious when this happens. For whatever reason, Little Grom will just stop firing. Sometimes give it a move order and then shoot, or give it a fresh attack order onto a new target, and it'll fix it. Oh, and we get to see the bank shot again. Watch these Furies land in here. So they land, Little Grom point blanks them in the face and takes out like half the unit. And the cannonball ends up bouncing up into the air and landing off on the side there. Valkia on her way in. Druzhina is just going to be chilling with his boys. Hasn't been doing a whole lot. Definitely want to help the artillery here. Wrathmonger's emerging from the trees. And the damage really isn't too terrible for Khorne here. They've advanced forward, like, fairly healthily, but the Chaos Warriors are taking a little extra time to get up into the fights. They're just getting chunked by each shot from the Little Groms here. Losing 2 Furies, that's a lot of Fury pressure to lose right now. This is where I was mentioning that instead of diving Little Grom with all the armor and stats, chasing the Horse Archers around would be, you know, it would definitely not work out for the Furies long term, but it would take a while for the Horse Archers to actually kill the Furies as they're kiting away. If your opponent stops for even a moment with the Horse Archers, the Furies will collapse on them and just chunk through them. Valkia getting pushed off early. She's fleeing for her life, and Little Grom gonna find her in the open field. Takes 400 HP off of her in just a moment there. Little Grom with 1,000 value already. The other one not doing nearly as well. It's still having some trouble actually opening up and targeting, but getting some good shots on the Chaos Warriors and the Boydanov's Brawlers. Some great damage early on against some of these shielded warriors now. You see the Horse Archers moving in front of the Boydanovs and occupying space that they really need to shoot, so they're shut down for the moment, and Korngors and the Chaos Warriors are going to start moving up now. Wrathmonger's here, getting shot up by the Little Grom. See another follow-up shot, and you can see how effective it is, right? I mean, these guys have a lot of HP. Each shot from Little Grom is taking out the models on that unit. There's 32 of them with 10,000 HP. I mean, they're beefier than even like a standard Chaos Warrior is in terms of health, I think. I think Chaos Warriors have like 9,000. Yeah. So Wrathmongers are some beefy dudes, and if Little Grom can kill each of them individually, you know you have to put some respect on its name. More follow-up shots against Valkia, and she just can't find any fights. Really, I guess what you would do here, ideally, is just keep her in the trees, and not let her get shot up, and cap your number 2. Grab the number 1, rotate some infantry behind the shot blocker here, and then this is the forest that I'm talking about that you really need to position your troops into. You can leave the Marauders in the open field. If your opponent wants to shoot Marauders with a super expensive artillery, then by all means go ahead. But the Chaos Warriors need to be preserved a little bit better, I think. Look at the damage going down. Chaos Warriors breaking all across the battlefield. A few out on the number 1 holding on. Kislev still has a slight ticket lead. All this being said, though, which is never really a good spot to be in as a very slow infantry-heavy faction. When you go for these big warrior walls, as I call them, you're really relying on being able to cap all 3 points and then just taking too long for your opponent to remove. But when they have such accurate artillery, like these have been the entire game so far, that just makes it near impossible. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. Hobgoblin is just sticking and moving as best as he can and doing his best to preserve the infantry. Still has a good force on the field, but Valkia continuing to get hammered by Little Grom. You're going to see another shot's about to come in here and put her on her back. And that will pretty much be all she wrote. Voinov's Brawlers are able to get set up, no longer obstructed. You can see that last shot in there, taking out the last little bit of her HP. She is actually going to break here for a moment. Trying to pull back and withdraw. And you can see Little Grom targeting down the Korngors, 112 kills there, and 175 on this Little Grom, with 2,200 value, no less. A little bit awkward. The Horse Archers are kind of blocking the LOS since they're on the crest of the hill, doesn't want to shoot its own guys. Hounds of the Blood Hunt going to get into the fight against the Horse Archers, seemingly circumventing that. Oh, because they're going for the Frost Maiden here. But Winged Lancers coming in from the flank get a nice little charge here. Hounds of the Blood Hunt still going to be pretty tough to deal with. A little bit of friendly fire from the Little Grom. The Marauders scrapping with Streltsy, and the Dervishes doing what they can to try and grind through the bodies here of Kislev. The Wrathmongers do come out onto the field to get the Dash's Hearthblade, so that's how they got cleaned up in the first game. I was actually wondering, because I didn't see this engagement. Gotta keep an eye out for super expensive units like that when they're blobbed up. Little Grom could have hit the flank of that fight and probably killed 10 Wrathmongers with one shot. Kind of hard to see opportunities like that at times, especially if your opponent's playing cagey out of forests. Which is why I've recommended it as the future course of strategy for Hobgoblin. If you ever are playing the same type of build into a similar kind of situation, the artillery is very weak into trees. Like, all of those Little Grom shots would be bouncing off of the trees and the treetops here, not really finding any impact over the course of the game, I would bet. So Valky is fleeing, and we see Little Grom firing one last shot, and she just gets smacked right out of the air, man. She didn't lose her head, still there. Maybe it bugged out last time. But she's going to go down. That's going to be a huge loss of leadership for Khorne. You can see Fleshhounds immediately crumbling out as a result. Fleshhound's very squishy on leadership. They're a great unit, but if you lose your Lord, you really should never ever summon Fleshhounds out after that. Because they just won't be able to persevere through it. Demonic Instability is too punishing. There's way too many opportunities for circumstantial rear charges from Kislev's mobility against yours. That will just absolutely ice you. Khorne hanging on to the #1 objective by the skin of their just barely hanging on with the tips of their teeth, man. They're just like dug in, doing their absolute best to hold on. But Lil Grom continuing to throw down the DPS, death wrestling with the Blood God's finest acolytes in all the realms. Jujina has about 500 value. I also didn't notice that he's got the Cursed Frontier here for the reload skill, which is honestly not a bad idea. I mean, that's definitely lowering the reload time. And Little Grom already fires fairly quickly, as opposed to a lot of artillery that fire every like 22 seconds. Little Grom, I think at base fires every 14 or 13, and down to 11 is as quick firing as a Skull Cannon, which is just amazing. Plus you've got the extra damage that it provides. I'm really liking that inclusion. I think that might actually be something that I look into adding on to my Druzhina for the future. Normally I just bring restock on this guy. Usually that's all you need. You can see that Little Groms, they've gotten 2800 and 1200. Point blanking some Khorne Gores and Bloodletters now. Got a lot of ammunition left, in fact. 9 on the higher value one as well. And 6 shots on this other Little Grom. Another ice sheet going down, just using it on the infantry. Again, like I said, there's a lot of stacking slows that Kislev can throw out. Can really mess with the ability of units to get into combat cleanly, and then also very vulnerable to cavalry charges as well. Great fire with the Boydanovs from the flank here onto the Khorne Gores. Khorne Gores actually having their Unbreakable popped here. Very low. Once that wears off, they're probably going to run away in full. And a sort of Khorne goes down onto the Daz's Hearthblades and does some good damage. Also doing a little bit of damage to all the Khorne units in here, though. So Snow Leopard goes down to the Wrathmongers. They've gotten 1800 value. They've been very well utilized. The KG play with these dudes has been the big selling point for Khorne so far. But look how slow they're moving. Frostbite and the suppression effect taking them down to 14 speed. And now getting lit up by the Boydanovs, which is never a position you want to be in. And we can get the money shot here. Oh my god, man. So getting blasted back, but the last few Wrathmongers are able to make contact with the Kislev unit here. Gonna be able to throw down the Druzhina moving in from the flank to try and help out, and Kislev wrestling the #1 away with some armored Kossar great weapons. And then over here you've got the Zargard helping to clean up the Marauders with some of their less elite brethren, but nonetheless very dangerous unit. The armored Kossars with the great weapons, I would say, are a fairly decent unit in this matchup. They lack the stats to tangle with Chaos Warriors, and they can get stat checked by them, but they still have a respectable amount of armor and decently tanky melee defense stats. They usually will, at the very least, hold up the Khorne units for an extended period. And they do beat Khorne Gores and Marauders in combat, I'm pretty sure. Things in the Woods charging down the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are really strong against Things in the Woods typically, but they don't quite get the charge that they're looking for off, and they were a little beat up already. With a fresh Fleshhound from the flank, they will definitely win, but they take a lot more damage than you're looking for here when you're on the back foot and you're just desperately trying to hold on to your home objective. Unit quality is pretty poor across the board for Khorne now. All of their Chaos Warriors have been beat up outside of the one that's holding on for an outside chance of getting the #1 objective here, but Winged Lancers are coming in. The fresh Kossovite Dervish. Got the Armored Kossar great weapons moving in, and Little Grom with 3,400 value and counting. Last couple of shots on him. Not much left to give. Kislev continuing to wrangle that number 2. You can see here, this is where the absolutely glorious downhill lancing charge of the Winged Lancers insta-breaks the Marauders. They get up into the back line and they break this other Marauder unit, and the Fleshhounds here immediately start crumbling. That is a brutal series of losses for Khorne. They had such a nice number of units here, but that's where unit quality comes in play, man. That Winged Lancer came in at the right time and just crushed everything in front of it. And gets about 500 value just from one quick, decisive engagement. Really well played by Hobgoblin. He did such a good job holding on in a really tough matchup. That is like a Renaissance painting. This Chaos Warrior of Khorne just like bursting into gore. That's a screenshot if I've ever seen one. Little Grom's very cost effective, especially this one. I don't know what it was about this guy. 3,400 value on it. Got multiple chevrons. It started off, I believe, with 2 or 3, and it got a couple of additional ones over the course of that game. Zargard did good. Boydnow's Brawlers is 1,600 value. Awesome performance from them. Horse Archers solid, and the Armored Costs are solid. Dash's Hearthblades did well too. The Frost Maiden had Death Frost and was hitting Valkia fairly consistently with it, but taking a long time to wear her out. Ice Sheet was a little bit more impactful. Just constantly slowing up the Warriors' grinding advance made that just miserable. Awful, awful, awful experience playing as Khorne into the double Little Grom there. Yeah, the last Samurai. 100% for that charge. Let me catch up on chat. And also, let's see who's going to be getting into the finals, because round 5 should be done now. Yeah, looks like it's all tuned up, so the finals matches should be going off right about now. We might actually just let them play through them. We're not going to do the semis and the finals live. We're just going to chill here, go over a few things while they play their games, and then we can just go through the semis and the finals together in one solid push. I'll see some people asking questions about some units. Sorry about earlier with the screen blocker. That's like my tried and true classic. Is there a superior gore, or every gore has its place? I assume you're talking about Beastmen. If you want my opinion, I think Zangors are, on average, the best of the marked gore variants for the Beastmen. I would say that you're probably bringing, like, 1 or 2 Zangors in probably 70% of the matchups. Khorne Gores are really strong for Khorne. They can work with the Beastmen on occasion, but Beastmen have other shock units. So the need for Khorne Gores on the Beastmen roster is a little bit less important. Pestigores are okay. They are a decent Great Axe infantry unit if you need a little extra AP and you don't want to be bringing that on like Centigore Great Weapons or Zinchtigores or something. and you may not have enough money for Bestigors, then you bring Pestigors. But otherwise, you're just kind of mixing and matching around the Zangors. Zangors having the overshield, good defensive line-holding stats, and their silver shield is kind of hard to pass up for a faction that is so squishy otherwise. Zangors are like one of the only Beastman units that can sit on a point and eat firepower and allow you to just hold on to it. How do you beat Double Little Grom? Adam's got a pretty good idea. I mean, Skulltaker on the throne is absolutely filthy. He is so strong against every faction, just about. Definitely flank up through that wooded side on Jade Tomb that you were on, Gobla, and I would say that you definitely want to be bringing something like... some Skull Crushers are a good idea. They are fairly strong, but you definitely need some Minotaurs at the very least. Minotaurs also hide and have Woodsman now, so they're very effective in trees. Used to be that Minotaurs didn't have the ability to hide, and they also lost stats fighting in forests. Not the case anymore. Very solid unit to bring forward and flank with on that map as a result. Pestigors don't have attack, but Pestigors have a really good charge bonus. And they have Tears of Nurgle, which is absolutely filthy when it gets popped, because the speed penalty on it is just absolutely absurd. And like I said, you're bringing the Pestigors if you don't have enough money for Bestigor Herd, or if you didn't bring Centigore Great Weapons or Razorgore Chariots. They're just like a nice middle-of-the-road unit. Pestigors really aren't as bad as I've seen people say they are. I've seen them value trade fairly decently oftentimes. They got a ton of HP. 10,000 is a lot to chew through, man. 10,500 no less. They got almost a full 1,000 more than a Khorngor. So, yeah, the melee attack is a little lacking, but they get an extra 5 from Primal Fury. Beastmen do have some spells that they can pop that make them more effective, like Mantle of Gorok is actually pretty decent in terms of buff spells. You can pop that on a Pestigor and watch them just rip through anything that's in front of them. It's pretty hilarious. Losing the armor is not that big of a deal if your damage output gets buffed up into the stratosphere like the spell does. I mean, you get 40 melee attack and 50% weapon strength across the board. Pretty gross, if you want my opinion. It's not a super meta spell, but I've worked it into a few matchups and had some real success with it. Buffing up units. We got a Lizardman mirror match in the final round. We got a few autosave replays. I'm going to need to rename those so they don't overwrite each other. While they're playing out the semis right now, we'll pick something to watch from these few. Seen a lot of Khorne today. I really want to watch some Tzeentch again. We've got Tzeentch playing into another ranged faction. Last time we saw Meat play, it was against the Wood Elves, and did a very good job of preserving the firepower on his side of things, breaking down the Wood Elves, and just prioritizing targets very, very cleanly. We'll see how that goes against the Vampire Coast here.
A locust surrounds us. Prepare to transmogrify.
ready to transmogrify. Just do a good job. That's all I'm asking. Got Gunnery Mob advancing up with Mournguls to the number 1. They're going to be locking that down. But a full Zangor Vanguard here. Going to be grabbing the number 2 and the 3. So, nice double cap early out the gate for Meat. Always do this against the Vampire Coast. They are abysmally slow. I mean, they've got very little they can Vanguard forward. They got Gunnery Mob and Mournguls. That's really about it. There are times where you can get a jump on the pistol mobs if they're vanguarded poorly by your opponent, but it's not going to happen all the time. If you ever see your opponent with, like, Vanguard from the Vampire Coast, it's probably going to just 1 point, and you should just prioritize hanging on to your objectives as long as possible. Zangor's going right up the gut, getting ready for an early fight. Mourngul's going to be collapsing on this poor Zangor with the Rotting Promethean Gunnery Mob from the other side. That is a sandwich of doom right there. Yeah, Zangors are pretty resilient, but against a bunch of monstrous infantry units, they don't have a prayer of holding up against that. Over here on the flank, though, they're doing a great job of beating up on the Deckhand Mob, as you might expect. One is looking to push into the Shade Wraith Gunner. Shade Wraith Gunner's getting hit by a spell, I would guess. Probably the Blue Fire. It looks like another Blue Fire is going down here. Not so good against Prometheans and Mournguls. I don't know what it is about Mournguls. They just seem very resistant to missile-type spells. I think it's because of their missile resistance, but I don't know if that's the whole tale. Just doesn't seem to be able to hit the models consistently. I think they're a little bit too wacky with the animations, might be it. It causes the spells to overshoot. Deep dive with the Furies here. Furies getting on top of a Det Gunner is game over for the Det Gunners. Doesn't matter how beat up the Fury is, unless it's on Death's Door. You can see just how quickly they tear these things apart. Det Gunners going down here. Shade Wraith Gunners going down on the other side with the Furies all over them. Their leadership is hanging in, but they've got 10 models left. Any more extra damage and they will be gone, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Normally a trade like that wouldn't be favoring the Chaos player, but here it's really not that big of a deal because you've gotten rid of 2 units that are just slightly more expensive than their Furies and have huge uptrade potential. Anytime you're playing the Vampire Coast, if you kill their gun line, they are almost always going to be 100% cooked. Because they have very mediocre melee units. You know, I mean, Deckhand mobs just don't value trade. If they get their value back, that's kind of a miracle. If they down trade, then you're in real trouble if you don't have the missiles to kind of make up for the loss of value and momentum. And Mournguls are a really strong unit, but they're very reliant on terror routes to get the most out of them. And when they're by themselves like this, you can see that the low armor on these guys really lets them down. 30 armor is pretty bad. And the Hunger is activatable in melee combat, which is nice. It's a little bit of extra health, but it's usually not enough to survive whatever DPS is incoming to them. So, Mourngul Goon Squad doing what it can to clean up the Forsaken. The Forsaken are all over this handgunner unit. The Black Spot trying to waddle away as best they can, but just cannot manage it. Even with the Forsaken being slowed down, because of the Frostbite, they're still faster than the zombies here, which is pretty hilarious. This is a crazy aggressive game from Meat Not Included, and it's paying off pretty big so far. I mean, you can see a lot of the initial pressure is being cleaned up, but instead of just continuing to, like, pile more and more and more and more units in, Meat is actually starting to stockpile some units in the back line. You can see quite a bit coming out, and taking this number 1 objective, going to get that triple cap. And the Vampire Coast just lost way too much back here, I think. Their fleet admiral with the death magic, really good lord, a great lore of magic as well, but I think maybe for this matchup, not the way to go. I think you want Silostra with the Deep's Magic, because you get a really, really nice Chaff Clear spell against the Pink Horrors with Tide Call. And Tide Call would also do good damage to Zangors, don't get me wrong. What else do you want to bring? Fog of the Damned is a really good melee attack debuff that can definitely help you actually value trade in the front line as the Coast. And I think that the Deck Gunners are just a terrible idea for this matchup. There's so many units that Tzeentch can bring that bully Deck Gunners. I think you want, like, mass pistol mobs with some handgunners backed up behind that, a couple of bombers. A much more traditional, wider line of play, I think, will do you better. Because your handguns will outrange any Changebringers or Flamers that are out on the field. Exalted Flamers will be a little bit of an annoyance, but, you know, Exalted Flamers are really not that cost-effective against Chaff. Exalted Flamers are better into, like, very heavily armored, expensive factions like Khorne. Pretty good against Dowie and factions of that caliber. Shooting an Exalted Flamer into a bunch of crappy deckhand mobs is just not going to allow it to get a lot of value, so you don't really have to fear them. If your opponent wants to bring the Tzeentch Magic, like, Blue Fire is a pretty damn good spell, but it's a lot less efficient at clearing out bodies than Burning Head is, which Tzeentch does have access to. Oof. Really nice fire in from the flank, man. 1,300 value on our little disc boy up there. A little bit of pink horror fire going to be icing out the animated Hulks, who are going to go down in a few moments, I would guess. Looks like they're going to start crumbling here, and some blue horrors from the high ground also deciding that they're going to turn their attention to these very disgusting barnacled monstrosities. The animated Hulks actually look like some of the enemies that you see in the Cove in Darkest Dungeon, which is kind of funny. They look like God, I can't remember what the name of the monstrosities are. They're like the big Eldritch dudes in the Cove that have the shield and it's like a weird little like hand blade. It's kind of hard to describe. I'd show y'all if I had the time, but you know, we're just gonna keep going through here. They're very thematically similar. It's always cool to see the overlap in like fantasy settings. There's a lot of mixing and matching. You'd see some pushback from the Vampire Coast here. I mean, they definitely have a little bit of time to work with here. The thing I'm worried about is the fact that they have no zombies on the field. So you can see the Mournguls really suffering from all the damage that they're taking in melee, and with the additional firepower coming in from the pinks and blues. They just don't hold up as a result. If they had bodies underneath them, they'd be a lot better off. But lacking that, I think you're going to see the Vampire Coast grind back some value and stay in this game, but not be able to finish any fights for the later stages. Oh, the Chromatic Abominations are here, actually. Sneaking in under the radar. I just thought it was a standard blue horror, but they're going to bounce out, get on the flank, and they're going to just be looking to hit the animated Hulks here, I would guess. There's a lot of them on the field. See a massive deckhand mob wave coming out for Renataki. Those guys are going to take ages to get up the point. They should arrive before the end of the game, but it's not going to be easy. And Tzeentch does just need to hold a single cap. If all they had to do was hold this number 3, I think they'd be fine, but I think they do have an opportunity to still be able to get up on the number 1 there. Morngul's off in the Shadow Realm, being forgotten about out here, I think. Oh, man. Yeah, still chasing down like a handful of Forsaken models. That's kind of a painful loss. I mean, you're down in value as the Vampire Coast here, never a good place to be, and you've got one of your better, harder-hitting units just off in the corner, not able to contribute. Not a very good look. And you're casting Spirit Leech onto the Chromatic Abominations for some reason here. Fleet Admiral is so close to the Herald. Why would you not be using it there? I mean, I imagine it's because you're trying to pop their shield so that you can do damage to them, and that's not really that important against blues. Blues are very weak in combat. Their shield's going to dissipate really quickly no matter what's going on. A little bit more important to hammer down your opponent's lord, who's kind of bullying yours. You can see the Vampire Fleet Admiral is very low, doesn't have nearly as much value. And probably doesn't really have a whole lot of magic to respond with this stage. See the Rotting Prometheans getting dragged down by the Chaos Warrior Halberds. Meat's armies have been very well handled this tournament. I'm really liking the play style here, and I'm thinking maybe this is the person to beat for this tournament. I'm pretty sure Meat Not Included made it into the semis. I think they're playing Random Cuban right now. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, they were playing Vekos. Okay. I haven't seen any of Vekos' replays. I'd love to be able to watch them fight it out. Yeah, just the last little bit of the grind going. You can see the number 3 flips, but the Vampire Coast is just too beat up on the middle, so Tzeentch just consolidates up onto the number 2 here. They're able to recap it, and they're still well ahead on tickets, so they're going to wind this clock down, I would guess, there. Plus, you got a very beat-up Zangor trying to cap the number 1, and Vampire Coast just doesn't have any bodies they can send over there. So they've got it all in here. I mean, they literally have to bring everything to this middle point. You can leave, like, one deckhand mob here. Pink Horror should be able to clean those guys up. This is so rough, man. This is the worst kind of late-game situation to be in. Oh, and another lost unit. This Morngul and this Deckhand mob have been hanging out on the edge of the map for way too long. I don't know how much of a difference they would make, but, I mean, any little bit would help, and it could definitely contribute to a little bit more momentum for you. Tzeentch has almost lost the number 2 objective here, but they have just enough time that they're able to win this game. Man, I'm feeling like if that Deckhand mob and this Morngul had been able to move up and support the objectives earlier, maybe we are looking at a different game. Alright guys, we got the semifinals games here, so we're going to go through those and then we'll get the finals. And what time is it? We're making really good time today on the tournament. That in there. We need to rename this real quick. We got Walked Skaven and Tzeentch versus Norska with Chosen. Oh baby, we gotta watch the Chosen. Double Chosen Halberds for Tzeentch is super wicked. Oh, that's so right. Pelagic Guardian. Thank you, Rost. They were one of my least favorite enemies to have to fight in Darkest Dungeon. They were so obnoxious. They had, like, a really high damage bleed attack that would just constantly wreck your squishier characters. Yeah, and the the drowned thrall was the guy who would blow up on you. That is pretty amazing, honestly. That there are two units with, like, fairly similar archetypes in terms of what they're supposed to be doing on the Vampire Coast.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Zangor's up on the home objective early, definitely capping that as quickly as possible. Norska's going to secure the middle and their home objective before Tzeentch really has an opportunity to get up on there. Such is the fate of Tzeentch against a faction that is definitely a little bit quicker on average than them. A lot of Famir here. This is definitely a Famir matchup. The Skin Wolves are just too vulnerable to all the fire damage. Same with the Ice Trolls. Can't bring them. Famir have amazing missile resistance. They are very resilient to pink horror fire especially. Because these guys don't have great AP values to begin with. Famir have 110 armor, and then they just mitigate 50% more on top of that. Big ouch. That is a lot to have to deal with. So I like Vekos' army here. The front line is going to be a little vulnerable to the Zangors, but we do have Wulfric with Seafang, definitely has it, and then Burning Head, which should make fairly short work of the Zangors. It's going to be up to the Chosen, maybe, for Meat Not Included to advance here. They're going to be a big problem for the Norskins. They don't really have great answers to these Chosen. Like, the Famir have an armor sundering effect, and they can do some pretty good damage to infantry if they're the dual weapon variant. They've got a pretty good bonus versus large, but one of these is a great weapon Famir, which is definitely not going to get a whole lot done. You have the Skinwolf Werekin and Wulfric getting trapped in here by the halberds a little bit. And then you got a really nice Seafang, but really all it did was just pop the shields on the Chosen and the Pink Horrors and just make them mad. Look at them turbo blitzing through the Skinwolves' HP. The Fizzres being circumvented is a big problem for this guy. I mean, the Ruinous Flesh is just giving him armor. It's not doing anything to stop the AP attacks, and that magic damage, man, oh, baby. That's a massive loss for Norska. That's a very powerful combat character. I'm not sure what the thought process behind bringing the Werekin here is, though. I mean, I imagine 9 times out of 10 you're going to be running into a Chaos Sorcerer on the disc or the Herald on the disc. Just very unlikely that you're going to be facing down a combat character from Tzeentch, so I don't know about him. Maybe you could definitely save yourself some money. You got the Marauder Horsemen being lit up right now. They charge down the pink horrors, but these guys have their shield active still. You've got some more pinks waiting in the wings, throwing the deeps down and pushing them off the field entirely. And here this Marauder Horseman is trying to retreat path through the heart of another pink horror unit. They're going to get roasted by their own Burning Head here a little bit, but the pinks will take some pretty hideous damage. Good movement forward, and maybe not intentional, just, you know, continuing to chase after the Marauder Horseman, but it does get the pink horrors out of the danger zone of that Burning Head. Over here in the middle, you got Marauder Berserkers in the fights now. You've got Doom Knights surrounding the Famir Great Weapons. They do have a little bit of infantry support, which can make all the difference for winning or losing this fight. Doom Knights are a much better unit after getting the bonus versus large, but it's really not that big of one. Plus, they still don't have any, like, majority AP of any kind. So the Famir are holding up really nicely here with about 700 value. Doom Knights have about 400. They really need to just stay up in the air and be the, like, element that's cycle charging down like the Berserkers from the rear. Same with the Marauder Great Weapons and whatnot. Trying to attack the Famir is definitely not where they're going to find a lot of success. Chosen actually going for the number 3 with the Zangors, and because of the extra cap weight, they are starting to flip this point, and the Chosen are actually with some the slowest micro move of all time. But look, guys, people underestimate micro on infantry units, and they don't prioritize it the way that they could or should. You can see Meat here getting a full surround with his infantry is going to make for a pretty short fight there on the number 3, I think, and a really well-positioned Tier 3 Tzeentch army ability, forcing all of the Norscan units to push through into the pink horrors here, where they'll get a little bit of extra damage. Very, very fortunate for Vekos that he's not being hit by the army ability there. Is going to take a little bit of extra damage, but they should be able to clean these guys up now. I thought that Vekos would make a mistake and actually try to pull back through it. I've seen people panic and do that before. With some really heads-up plays, able to avoid all of that damage and starts to threaten the number 1 objective over here. What's going on this point? Man, 1,650 gold value on the Chosen right now. And above half health, they've got quite a bit to go. And the Changebringers make their way out and start roasting some of the Marauder Spears, removing what remains of the support from the Famir Great Weapons. And Norsca with no answer to the aerial dominance that Tzeentch is really starting to develop out now. Gonna turn into a big issue for the late game. These Changebringers hit so hard, man. If all they do is fly around and kill like the Beasts of Tashnar and maybe this Marauder Spearman, they'll have more than done their job. Skinwolf coming out. Gonna be vulnerable to pink horrors, but not a lot of those guys left. The Halberds are going to be their biggest threat, and Skinwolves should just never tangle with the Halberds, really. They should just stay as far away as possible and do what they can to keep themselves alive. So Chosen with about 500 value over here. Marauder Horsemen kind of getting up in their face and then deciding that they don't want any of that smoke and they're going to pull back. Norsca will recap the number 3, but they're having to commit a lot over here. Look how many units are barely holding on to this cap. Nothing here is going to very quickly kill the Chosen. So you've got to have the Shaman Sorcerer, Wolfric, Marauder Spears, and Marauder Horsemen over here just to answer this one unit. Really, really nice push from Meat to keep his opponent back and allowing time for the flip in the middle to come in. And does have plenty of time to work with. Not in any real danger right now of having to get all 3 points. Can just sit on 2 and comfortably anchor the rest of the game, especially with a very healthy Chosen remaining on the field. On this one here on the home objective of Norsca is probably going to grind out against the Marauder Spearmen. They should be able to beat these guys. I mean, they just have far and away superior combat stats, right? Even if their melee attack is a little bit of a letdown at 31 and they're not super efficient swinging through the melee defense on the Spearmen, they still have a ton of armor. They're not going to take any additional damage from fighting these guys, really. They'll probably be down to about 2,000 HP by the time this fight resolves. And get the Zangors up on the flank, and they're actually able to get on the flank of the Spearmen. They start to pull them down, and then you could suddenly have a position where you're having to summon more units out as Norsca to continue piling up on this one point, instead of being able to support the Skinwolves and the remaining Famir. About 800 gold Famir, not doing terribly, but they've definitely been wishing that they had more normal Chaos Warriors to fight. The fact that it's just multiple Chosen and whatnot has been a big issue for the Famir this whole game. 1788 value on this Chosen. You can see Norsca giving up on that number 1 point and pulling back to the number 2, but followed in close pursuit, albeit very slowly, by a number of Chaos Warrior Halberds, who will be very happy to help anchor with the Chosen over here. It's a good cap attempt coming in from Vekos. In the confusion, though, the Doom Knights are able to get a clean engagement off against the Marauder Horsemen. Look how quickly they wear these guys down, just massacring them in droves. Jumping back up in the air, definitely should be able to re-engage in a moment and finish that unit off. Chosen here with about 900 value now, continuing to cause problems, just being very durable and solid infantry, holding your opponent's point. Number 2 looks like it's going to flip, but the Doom Knights come back in. You got both Doom Knights on the field, and at the same time, fairly healthy, which is a huge win for Tzeentch. Oftentimes, My biggest gripe with Doom Knights is that they're just not very strong by themselves. And because they're 1,500 gold and provide no cap weight, I see a lot of Tzeentch players get too reckless with these guys instead of building up multiple and then using them as the harass archetype of unit that they really are. They just face check something that they're not built to handle and then struggle horrendously. But when they're able to bounce around and cycle charge off of enemy engagements onto halberds and the Chaos Warriors, that's where the Doom Knights can really shine, because their charge bonus is pretty nice. Even when they're exhausted, it's still 36. With their good weapon strength, they can really lay down some serious hurting just from cycle charging stuff. Their sustain stats really aren't that good with 36 melee defense. It's actually pretty weak for how expensive they are, I think. Norscan Ice Wolves attacking Pink Horrors. Not a bad fight for the Wolves, but lacking the magic damage. They're definitely going to falter against this. You know, Pink Horrors may not be a very strong melee combatant, but they're a reasonable enough hybrid unit that as long as the enemy doesn't have a way around their Fizz Res, they are going to be able to hold the line decently well for an extended period, usually. Tzeentch grabs the back objective. That is definitely going to be putting Norsca on the timer. They really don't have much left in the bank either. You can see their supplies, Vekos is sitting at about 500, and Meat is just banking up for Changebringers, probably. Did a good job of utilizing them the first time around. I would bet that you're just banking up to bring them back out again and just finish off whatever remains in the field. Zangor's going to fight the Beasts of Tashnar. Beasts of Tashnar are a much better Hound unit than almost every single other variant, but still not going to do too well in a pretty fighty infantry unit like this. Oh, the melee defense is just too much of a letdown for the Beasts to be able to anchor here.
Unending glory is yours.
Very, very well played Tzeentch style here, and not quite what I was expecting. I really didn't think I would see multiple Doom Knights. And there wasn't even a sighting of the ROR, just two standard ones, putting in a ton of work. A little riskily engaged early with one of them, but they both end up getting their value back, plus a little extra on one. Changebringers, you know, just about paying for themselves. They got unsummoned. That gives a little bit more back in the bank. Yeah, man, dude, the Chosen. The elites here of Tzeentch put in the Dark God's work and absolutely carried this game. Every single one of these elite Tzeentch units did tremendous amounts of damage. And the Herald with his pretty solid 1700 definitely doing a good job of shooting up the Shaman Sorcerer, who did go down to the Blue Fire spam and also wearing out Wolfric. Skinwolf getting trapped in the halberds was really painful. You never want to see that happen. I'm actually wondering if this is a Mammoth matchup for Norsca. Like, the Warshine Mammoth wouldn't really be the way to go, because obviously, I mean, it would still give the Vigor reduction, but losing out on the Fizz Res is really rough. Maybe just a standard War Mammoth for 200 less gold is sufficient to cause some terror routes and kind of just bulldoze over everything. These Mammoths are insane. They do so much work. Either that, or you go with the Chaos Frost Dragons, so that you have some flyers to stop the Changebringers from tearing you to pieces. Do that instead of the Skinwolf Werekin, at least. Werekin doesn't really provide you a lot of utility on the ground of that matchup. Really impressive to see Estrella here in the semifinals. Not a faction that you see newer players do very well with on average. Usually the Skaven are a little too tricky to handle for your first tournaments, but Astra has shown no fear here, and we've seen Skaven players win these tournaments before. Playing into Random Cuban, though, is going to be a big uphill battle. And Random seems to be taking this tournament very, very seriously. Bringing in Archeon with some Chaos Warriors. Of course, we've got Aspiring Champions, and then the Soul of Damnation to round it all out. Do really like this build. Chaos Warriors are pretty good against Skaven. Skaven do have some good ranged answers to Chaos Warriors. But just one Chaos Warrior against waves upon waves of Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves actually can really get you some great value. They do a good job of grinding against all of the chaff. Kind of cool to see the Plague Priest on his, I don't even know what these things are called. I don't know. This isn't a Screaming Bell. It's got another name. I guess it's just a Plague... Oh, Plague Furnace is what it's called. On top of the Plague Furnace gives him the Billowing Death, which is a Mortis Engine. A very weak Mortis Engine, but, I mean, any free perpetual damage that you can get is pretty freaking nice. I mean, it's a lot like a perpetual heal. Any amount of extra healing that's passive is always welcome. The Mortis Engines are the same deal, just, you know, roll reversal a little bit, since you're leeching your opponent's health down perpetually. Great shots from the Soul of Damnation early. Clan Rats suffering horribly right now. Not the most cost-effective thing in the world to shoot, but you don't have anything else to shoot, really. I mean, Natty Buboes are invisible. I don't think you can even target ground with the Soul of Damnation. There are some artillery pieces you can target ground with. There is a little bit of a pro hack. It's not really a hack. It's just like a pro tip. You can target ground wherever the Natty Buboes are shooting from, because you can't see the unit, but you can see these purple projectile trails. They're a little unobtrusive. You can see that when you're pretty zoomed out, they can kind of blend in. But usually you'll be able to see a flash or two of them if you just kind of scroll through the battlefield. They're a pretty common inclusion, and if you see those purple trails originating from somewhere, you have artillery, and you can target ground, just do so, and you'll actually hit the unit. You can do a lot of damage that way. See Clan Rats breaking and running. They just can't handle being shot up by this artillery piece right now. Forsaken waiting in the wings, and we get our first Clan Rat summon out from the Plague Priest. Plague Priest is actually getting beat up a little bit. Definitely need to be very careful with him. Archeon will absolutely smash him with the Slayer Sword active. Or the Slayer of Kings, sorry. Slayer's Sword is the Skull Taker item. A little bit of damage on the Natty Buboes as the Clan Rats are routing through them. Very fortunate damage for the Warriors of Chaos, actually. Takes 5 models off of the Natty Buboes, and decent amount of their HP lost as well. Really nice follow-up shots here. Burning Head trying to hit the Clan Rats in the back line. That's why I usually just recommend ignoring stuff that's unengaged. I don't think that was even an intentional dodge by Estrella. I think it was a very fortuitous one. I think the Clan Rats just moved up to go support against the Hellstriders. And as a result, Burning Head just whiffs horribly. We do still get some terror routes, though. Archeon is always a really good lord against the Skaven. Just because he's grounded, he has a decent amount of HP. He causes terror, imbues immune to psychology, has Burning Head. He's also got Searing Doom, and Searing Doom is another spell you can use to hit the Natty Buboes. Even if you haven't sighted them, if you just know where they are from their projectile trails. Searing Doom is a really good spell against weapon teams. People are almost never prepared for the Natty Buboes to be hit when they aren't, like, sighted by anything, right? Definitely take advantage of that. Really brutal loss here for the Skaven. Plague Priest going down real hard right now. Gets terrified and then gets his leadership broken and smacked up by Archeon. Archeon taking a lot of firepower from the Natty Buboes right now, though. Definitely want him getting back. Some more shots from the Soul, just continuing to get some good kill totals. It'll probably get its 1,500 gold cost back. It's going to be a little difficult, but with more collateral damage shots on Natty Bubos, it takes another few models out on those guys. Jumps from about 700 value to about 1,000 in just a couple shots. Getting a little bit more there, continuing to rack up the value, and the Hellstriders find a good fight against the Brood Horror. Brood Horrors are very low armor. I mean, they do have regen, and it's going to make them fairly durable, but it's a low leadership monster, and the anti-large damage from the Hellstriders could cause it to break if they get enough time fighting against this thing. Gutter Runners on the flank, though, are going to start to make very short work of the Hellstriders. Gutter Runner damage output is really damn good. Even the throwing stars. They just fire really fast. They have a pretty good amount of weapon strength. The poison is very useful for the Skaven. You can see the Burning Head might have actually collided this unit. Big ouch. That's quite a bit of damage on a fairly expensive unit. The poison Shuriken Gutter Runners, I believe, are 750 gold. Oh no, and Forsaken and Trolls are about to be all over them. Armored Trolls, no less, so this throwing star fire is going to be very, very inefficient into them. Definitely need Natty Bubos to be doing the heavy lifting against those guys, but look at the Natty Bubos actually running away. Leadership is broken. Why are they not rallying here? They've got 12 leadership right now. That's so weird. Huge loss. Plague Priest actually rallies, which is massive. Huge win for the Skaven. They are down in value, though. Their weapon teams are pretty much all gone, and now they're using bodies more than anything to try and win this game, which is, it can work against some factions, but I don't know how it's going to work against the Warriors of Chaos with Archaon on the field. Archaon is just going to tear out everything that isn't, Rat Ogres or Plague Monks. Don't really have any of those on the field right now. You got one very beat-up Rat Ogre here. Got some Clan Rats being forgotten about in the trees here, but no big mistakes from the Skaven. Random Cuban has just really done an absolute crackerjack job of using the Burning Heads after that first whiff, as well as hammering down the Natty Bubos, just with some very fortuitous timing on the Soul of Damnation's shots, hitting routing units, and just by virtue of being in the same area, beating up on these poor little invisible rat sharpshooters. Eshin Triads on the field. Do you need Eshin Triads at this stage? I guess you do for the Trolls. The Trolls are just so scary for the Skaven. I mean, the leadership is bad on Trolls, but at the very least, they're not affected by fear of any kind. If you just keep them around Archaon, he's also going to boost up their leadership with the Crown of Domination. You can see that the Lord being nearby is also increasing their leadership. The Encourage effect. I guess the Encourage effect is actually just the Lord nearby value.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Looking pretty nice for Random Cuban right about now, but you still have Throt and the Broodhar causing some problems. Both these units continuing to anchor with some Gutter Runners. Wearing down the Forsaken over here. Trying to beat up on the Trolls. The Trolls proving to be a little bit more than a match for all of this, though, but with a really nice Rat Ogre summon from Throt. That was a really well-placed one. Right up into the middle of this fight, you could see this start to swing a little bit. And in fact, the Chaos Armored Trolls go down. They get attacked in the rear, quote-unquote, and then they get terror-routed by Throt. So, pretty brutal loss here for the Warriors of Chaos. They're actually proper routing now, too. And Rat Ogre's someone with about 300 value already. Archaon, though, is causing, as I suspected, leadership problems wherever he goes. Nothing wants to stay in a fight against him. Everything is routing and running away, and the Natty Bubos sharpshooters are trying to finish him off. He's still got 1,000 HP, and a really nice micro play from Random Cuban to get Archaon out of the way. of the Ixis Triads, who were screaming in, trying to trap them up there. Really sneaky ambush from them, but fortunately not going to find a home there. Soul of Damnation, oh my god, 2,400 value, man. 410 kills, too. Amazing performance from the artillery piece here. Oh, and look at the Chaos Knights. The Khorne Chaos Knight lances come in. And they do have fire damage, so the very low armor is going to really start to work against the Broodhars in the region as well, since they just don't have any mitigation for those flaming attacks. Khorne Knights are really cool, man. They are a great unit. And I'm actually finding the Lances to be a pretty compelling choice in a lot of matchups now. Instead of just the Sword and Board variant. Since they're the same price now, they actually do have some teeth to them. Hellstriders are in this fight as well, contributing their AP, or yeah, not their AP, their anti-large profile to this fight. Forsaken getting in on the rear of the Eshin Triads. Going to be able to hang on to this point. Whereas of Chaos, we're all about to lose it, but they're able to figure out a way to hold on. Number 2, though, is flipping to the Skaven. We get an unsummon on the Natty Boobos, so they'll be able to come back out fairly soon. Gonna take how long for them to replenish? Like 30 seconds, maybe a minute, I think. Don't actually know if that the replenish rate of units in reserve changes depending on how elite they are. That would be an interesting thing to mess around with, potentially. Marauders holding on to the number 3. You got Throt and the Broodhar continuing to cycle charge here. I would say diving after Archaon wouldn't be a bad idea, but I think that Warriors of Chaos would probably just catch you if you're going too deep on him. He's a little trapped up at his Knights, but the Eshin Triads don't catch him. Instead, they get on top of the Chaos Knights with Lances here. Don't really get any damage, though, which is unfortunate. You can see that Forsaken's still chasing behind these guys. A few of the stragglers getting hit by some of the Forsaken, it looks like. Taking some very slow incremental damage. Estrella may be behind, but is it a death sentence in terms of how far behind? It will be if the Eshin Triads get roasted by Burning Head here, and that is a huge loss. If they had been able to get in here and debuff the armor on the Chaos Knights and the Forsaken, that could have made a huge difference here. Instead, they just get roasted. They also drop their attack order, and a lot of the units here in the middle supporting the Rat Ogres just get folded up. The Knights, the Trolls, and the Hellstriders all contributing a little bit here to get the win in this fight. With all the Clan Rats arriving now, that is going to be a little bit of cap weight that the Skaven are going to be able to lean on. But you got Chaos Warriors and Forsaken on the way in who are fairly fresh. Doomflayer is going to be a problem for those units, though. I think the lack of an offensive spellcaster for the Skaven is what's really causing them problems here. They brought that Plague Priest, and he got killed fairly early on in this game. He wasn't able to provide the extra leadership, nor was he able to really get the Mortis Engine online. And Mortis Engines are much better in late game scenarios than they are early game. Early game, people are very cagey about their engagements for the most part. They're going to be very patient. They're not going to overextend if they can help it. So maybe bringing him in reserve and having a wider army to start, and then immediately getting that guy out to start throwing down the summons and Mortis Engineering is the way to go. No guarantee of that, though. Random Cuban did just do a really good job of focusing down the Plague Priest, period. Throt scrapping. Broodhar is heal capped and is getting really low. It's probably going to end with about 1,500 value again. Look at the Forsaken and the Chaos Warriors getting handled by the Doomflayers right now. Is Colonia going to win this game? This is actually looking really grim for the Warriors of Chaos. Somehow, some way, the Skaven have managed to hold on in this game. Down almost 3,000 value, and I do actually guarantee you that they are down probably about that much for real. It is not great, but I think a lot of damage on Throt and the Broodhar is part of the reason why they're down in value. And Throt looks to be finishing off Archeon here and actually kills the Everchosen. Random Cuban is going to lose leadership across the field, and I don't know if he's got the juice here to be able to find a way to win this. Look at the Vikstrin's Death Squad coming in, too. Sneaking in under the radar to rip apart all of the Marauders in this fight. Amazing performance from these guys. No freaking way. Somebody brought the ROR Death Runners and is actually crushing with them. I mean, they've got a really nice set of abilities. They've got Duck and Weave and Strength in Numbers, which boosts their melee defense up to 54, which is getting really wild. With the bonus versus infantry, they've got good melee attack, the Weeping Blade. There's a lot to like in that unit package, and they've performed admirably here. The Skaven are going to win this game. I really didn't think that was going to happen. I thought Random Cuban had that game really well in hand, but just the constant Vermintide and then backed up with some heavy hitters that have actually done some serious damage is going to flip this game on its head, and we're going to see a win from the Skaven. With a Throt Lord choice in each of the games that we've spectated so far, no less. Yeah.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
What a game, dude. No way the Skaven were able to hold on for this win. This Armored Chaos Troll, though, he is pissed. He's like, I can't believe that you guys summoned me out of the Chaos Waste and brought me all the way here just to lose to a bunch of disgusting, deformed rat people. Are you fucking kidding me? Can you give me a break, please? I did not ask for this. You know, I was promised guts, gold, and glory, and all I get are tears and sadness instead. The Chaos Warriors really were not very effective. They just didn't hold up well against the Skaven pressure. I think a lot of it had to do with the Doomflayers. A couple of the Rat Ogres did well outperform their price point, making up for the weaker performance of the other two. Yeah, those Vikstrins were vicious. Ikshas were not that strong, nor the other Eshin Triad, man. Oh, the Gutter Runners with 850 and 950. Yeah, 776 here. Natty Bubo's 2,500 value. Super clutch, man. As scrappy and hard-fought a victory as I have ever seen out of someone there. Oh, you can target ground. It just loses its homing shots. Okay, good to know. Chaos has worker unions? Absolutely not. The Chaos Gods are very anti-union, 100%. Unfortunately, I don't think any of the, I think the faction that's most likely to have trade unions would be the Empire, Kislev, and, honestly, Tomb Kings. You know what? Yeah, Tomb Kings, Dowie, and the Empire. Although, well, Empire's weird. They're like the pre-hardcore, like, capitalism form of, like, Renaissance Europe. They did have, like, trade guilds and whatnot. They're not, like, modern unions or anything, but they're, like, fairly similar in what they're trying to do. I don't see High Elves having trade unions. I think they're just too pompous and self-important for all of that. They do have a fairly competitive society, I would say. That doesn't really lend itself to unionization. Grand Cathay is a little too hierarchical for all that. So yeah, that's... Oh, and the Chaos Dowie might actually have trade unions. Not because they like cooperating with one another, but because they have no other option. So there you go, you get one evil faction that might have trade unions. Alright guys, Coast might have, but Coast is like evil necromancers controlling everybody. I don't think that any of the people other than like the actual vampires in charge of Coast have enough consciousness to even be able to form basic sentences pretty much, right? Alright guys, let's get our finals game going, and I think I'll end stream after we do our finals match. And gear up for tomorrow. I think that we've got a tournament going on tomorrow that I'll be streaming. If we don't, then maybe I can do some more replays from today. So we got Tzeentch versus Skaven for the finals. We've got the Death Globe Mortar team here, the Avalanche Mortars rocking in. They will rip and tear through all of the infantry here for Meat. Meat is going to need to play very carefully in this game, I think. Astrea has been an absolute beast on the Skaven today. And no Throt this time, which I think is obviously the right call. Throt would be way too vulnerable to blue fire spam. Going with Deathmaster Snickich instead. He is honestly a pretty strong option for the Skaven. Really good assassin character, as the name entails, obviously. Evil Master Splinter.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Sigil does lock units down for about 7 seconds. Really not that strong. It's decent though. World of Weeping Blades does a ridiculous amount of AoE damage though. This thing shreds. If you're able to pop this on its cooldown consistently, you can get some ridiculous value out of Snickage. We'll see if Colonia is going to be going for that. Natty Bubo's opening up on the Zangors early, and the Avalanche Mortars. Which side of the field are they on? What the hell are they? What?
We have a victory point.
Oh, they're way in the back here. Wow. Like, well behind the rest of the army. Tzeentch's Firestorm goes down early, but it's just killing Skaven Slaves, which is really not worth it at all. That's a really expensive spell. I know you need to clear bodies out. I just don't see it being, I just don't see that being cost-effective. Like, killing all of those bodies, wow, that looks really impressive, but it's only 230 value. You probably just hang on to your magic. If you really want to cast it on something, the Storm Vermin is the better option to cast it on. I don't love the Sword and Board, personally, but Astrea's made good use out of them today. So, that's what you want to get rid of, is the tankier unit. So, really nice opening salvos onto the Clan Rats. Those pink Hars and blues just fold them up in a matter of moments. Zangor is going to be able to consolidate on the number 3. We do get Furies on the way in, trying to attack the Natty Booba's sharpshooters, it looks like. Plague Monks waiting in the wings. Just trying to dissuade the Furies from wanting to dive here. And then you get multiple Wolf Rats, or one Wolf Rat, and then some Gutter Runner Slings and Clan Rat Spears in. Really nice unit stacking from Estrella. Not over-pressing anywhere, and doing a good job of defending what is out on the field currently. Avalanche Mortars getting attacked by the Furies, and they are going to take some serious damage unless enough can come in to save their bacon here. Plague Monks are a good start, but you can see the Furies, a lot of them are pressing through and into the Avalanche Mortars anyways. Not getting any hits, though. That's the big problem. They're actually getting up in the air again. Oh, man. The Avalanche Mortars can just get back into that Plague Monk unit, even. Just, you know, button up inside there and probably survive this second Fury dive. Sharpshooters are trying to get away from Forsaken. Forsaken getting trapped up on the Gutter Runner Slings and the Spears. Snickich is in here. What kind of value does he have? He's got 370 value, so Whirl of Weeping Blades has gone down somewhere. No way he's got that many kills otherwise. And now the Doomflayers into the Forsaken, really starting to hammer these guys down. Doomflayers are so good against infantry. They have a massive bonus versus infantry of 35. They shred through stuff like Forsaken and Zangors. Tier 3 Tzeentch army ability, beautifully placed. Plain Vulcan Tail Slashers going down, but it is actually not nearly as high quality as you'd like to see. Again, the Skaven just don't have anything worth killing, hardly, outside of the weapon teams. Estrella is just doing such a good job of value trading, and all of these games, over and over again for the most part, has been ahead, and even in the game where Estrella's value is lagging behind, seem to be finding just the right combination of damage output and point capping to be able to take home some very clutch wins. Plague Monks holding here on the point. It is a summon, so them not being in any fights right now is a little annoying, but they do get charged by the Tzeentch player. Meat is trying to utilize the Knights with the Lances here to break up the position on the number 2 objective. Avalanche Mortars finally getting to use some of their ammunition. Lost half their models, but they're basically at full value on their ammo count. Should be able to put in some good work against a lot of these pink horrors that are left on the battlefield. There's a couple over here, and a third not too far behind. Quite a bit of infantry remaining for Tzeentch, but they've lost a ton over on the number 3. They've basically lost their entire army here, in fact. I don't have anything to really be able to support the other side of the field here. And you got double Rat Ogre coming in to hammer down the Chaos Knights with the Lances. Rat Ogre's cost efficiency is so invaluable for the Skaven. If Skaven didn't have Rat Ogres, they would probably have a losing matchup in about 80% of the games. Most factions would be able to very easily beat the Skaven if it weren't for the fact that these things are 700 gold with 60 speed, great charge bonus, and decent weapon strength, and just a very complete package for what the Skaven typically struggle against, which is heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry can be a really nice hammer against the Skaven, but certainly seems like they're not doing nearly all that well here. I mean, they've gotten 99 value so far. I think they're just cycle charging down Skaven slaves for the most part. Gutter Runner Slings are fighting here. They haven't really gotten to shoot a whole lot, and they are getting jumped on by Zangors, as well as Forsaken, and all of this. Estrella is pushed way back, and is going to lose the number 2. Did cap the number 3 very smartly, taking that with Snickich, I'm pretty sure. Took him a little while to grab it, but definitely a really nice buffer for the late game. Just gives you time to work with. Your opponent has to summon something out over here, obviously, to go take that again. What are the Skaven going to do here? How do they get back in this game? They're so close to being able to comfortably take back their home objective and maybe even counter-push up onto the #1. I mean, Tzeentch really is kind of gassed right now. Meat has a ton of supplies in the bank. But what is going to be the answer? I just don't know what you're going to be able to throw out here to wear down the numbers that the Skaven are going to just continue throwing up. Doomflayer with about 800 value. You've got Wolf Rats with poison underneath that. Should be enough to deal with the Forsaken fairly quickly. Just get this Doomflayer out and cycle charge one more time, and that should be a dead unit. And look at all the Exalted, or not the Exalted, but just the regular old pink horrors crumbling out on the #2. And suddenly you see the battlefield for what it is. Just like completely devoid of Tzeentchian forces right now. Oh, saving up for Aeson the Fallen. Oh, man. I mean, a cool unit. I don't think he's going to be able to do a whole lot here. Oh, look at the Gutter Runner Slingers coming in. Yeah, just Gutter Runner Slingers should be enough to deal with Aeson. His armor is okay at 70. It's not going to mitigate all of the firepower from these guys, and they do fire really quickly. Just get your Doomflayers to bunch up around Aeson and not let him push away. These things have a great mass at 1500. Aeson's gonna get very trapped up in them if you commit the Doomflayers into them. I mean, maybe it's not the greatest idea, but it gives you time to shoot him down. You could probably just work around him, though. Just pushing for the #1 objective and playing off those 2 points. And just playing very, very far away from Aeson for the rest of this game. Could be all you really need to do. Natty Vivo's Sharpshooter is very beat up, but actually getting in here, I'm going to start throwing down some firepower into our big, scary Mutalith Vortex Beast here. So gross looking. It's the fact that the Mutalith Vortex Beast, the fact it doesn't have a face is what disturbs me the most about it, personally. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies. You know, it's just like all tentacles, you know? Looking pretty choice. Looks like Estrella is going to commit the Doomflayers into fighting Aeson here. Aeson could beat a Doomflayer, but the firepower really is starting to add up. They're actually even maybe doing a little bit better than I thought they could. I mean, I guess there are 3 here, but one of them is a little locked up by some Zangors and Forsaken that rallied, but those end up breaking, and now the Skaven should all be free to throw their little pebbles in here and finish Big Boy off. Really good Maelstrom of Change. They have been very well utilized up to this point. They've gotten quite a bit of value, but the problem is that you only have 1 more use out of it, and it's not really killing enough of the Gutter Runner models to make a difference here for how quickly they're tearing this big boy apart. Oh my god, saving up for Aeson seems to have been the breaking point for Tzeentch here. They get pushed off their home objective, they don't get to cap the #3. Aeson only gets about 600 value for what is 2,200 gold cost, I'm pretty sure. Looks like he just falls back into the warp. That's kind of an amazing death animation, honestly. Even leaves a little vortex for an extended period there. Poisoned Wolf Rats out on the field, just re-securing the point, getting rid of any of the cap progress that Tzeentch got there. And the Furies are diving the Gutter Runners, which is nice, but they're getting some fire support from the flank. This second Gutter Runner is really just hammering everything that comes into range. 1,000 value, 1,200 on the other. This other Gutter Runner sling has about 742, which is about paying for itself. Just damn solid performance here from Estrella. Seeing another Skaven player who's fairly new get in and take a win in fairly dominant fashion is inspiring, man. It's a very tough faction to wield properly. Yeah, look at that. Pissed off Rat Ogre. This is definitely a screenshot. I wish there was a way to... I wish you could get rid of this stupid little endgame thing. There's no hotkey button that removes it, so you can get end-of-game screenshots. Which is a little bit sad. Maybe there's a way. If anybody knows of one, I'd love to know. Man, the weapon teams just barely did anything, but I'm telling you, these Gutter Runner slings in the Shuriken variant have been so dominant for Colonia here. Over and over again, they have come in and value traded exceptionally well, provided really nice cap weight, played around the Rat Ogres really well. Doomflayers got in again and did some amazing work. And it looks like it was the Pink Horrors that were the weak link here, maybe. I don't know what you do otherwise, though, into the Skaven. Maybe Aeson is the wrong way to go here. He didn't look very useful this game, I'm gonna be honest, but... that could just be down to the map. Maybe on a different map, Aeson could be a little bit stronger. There's not a whole lot of places for him to sit on points and avoid missile fire of any kind. Knights are fairly lackluster. I think it's just Estrella playing super patient and staying away from any sketchy engagements for the majority of that game. And the magic ended up being pretty damn useful for Tzeentch. The first Firestorm was of questionable quality. I think if you just avoid casting that, save that 15 WOM for later in the game. Just have your Herald flying around and just blue fire spam all the weapon teams off the field. Like, the Avalanche Mortars are always visible. They can't hide anywhere, so you can probably... utilize blue fire to bully them a little bit. That way you don't have to commit a bunch of Furies into diving the weapon teams. Furies are amazing against the Skaven. They are definitely a mainstay into this matchup. But I think maybe being a little bit more cautious with them and using them mostly just to dive bomb Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres is the way to go. Because if you push them into the backfield, Doomflayers, Plague Monks, the Wolf Rats countercharging proved to be a little overwhelming for the Fury Swarms. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to restart this game. Just congratulating Estrella for all of the work that they put in here. We'll get out of here. And we're gonna end stream here. I think it's a really good stopping point. Nice 4-hour stream in and out with quite a few replays that we could go back through tomorrow potentially, if there's no other tournament. So until then, guys, I'm gonna dip out for now, and I'll catch y'all around then. Is Pink Fire not a... Pink Fire is really good for chaff clear. But the reason you don't see Pink Fire all that often anymore is because the Tzeentch's Firestorm tends to be pretty brutal to get hammered by. I'm pretty sure it's gotten several buffs over time, and it has a ridiculously long duration of 20 seconds. Or I guess it's 17 seconds. Why is it... What is going on here? This is like information UI bloat, for sure. I don't know why it says 20-second duration when it says 17 seconds up here. Regardless, though, it lasts for a long time and does really good damage with 3 vortexes. But Pink Fire is pretty damn good, especially the Overcast variant. I think you probably avoid using Overcasted Pink Fire, though, on a Herald, because they might just blow themselves up. These guys are crazy squishy. You're already using the Chromatic Tome, which I was watching get popped over and over again. If you Overcast while your shield is down, you're going to take like 400 damage on this little guy, and he can barely afford to take any as is. That might be why we didn't see Pink Fire, because it's not that great when it's undercast. I saw Snickage putting in some work, for sure. That was a really awesome pick, and the whirling, what is it? The whirling Weeping Blade, or whatever the hell it is. Whirl of Weeping Blades was so cool. I missed your casts on it. I'm really sad about that, but that's fine. I mean, how thematic is it that Snickage is out there putting in a tremendous amount of work completely under the radar with absolutely nobody knowing about it other than the one and only. Alright, guys. Deuces. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all take care. Peace.